Morning, everyone. Outstation team, can you switch on your cameras? Just leave it on the first slide, maybe. Yeah, just do a presentation and just be there. David, just go to first slide, cover slide. Yeah, just be there. We are going to send them the link to. Outstation team, please turn on your cameras.
Good morning, Kim. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Please, can you hear us, please?
Voice is a bit breaking.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, yes.
Ashish, any update on other station? Good morning, Russell. Russell, can you hear us? Hello, Russell, can you hear us? Hello. Joan, can you hear? Huh? No, he's. Can you hear us, sir? Seems your microphone, Russell. Okay, we'll start our session for the day. So, our session managers will start with the session formal. So, we'll have group works today, about 3 group works. The first one is individual, and after that is group. So, please use Google Sheets to do your group work, and then present it through Google Sheets. So, you'll be given chance to present. Please test your mic and test your cameras. It should be all working. And also, I'm sure you are familiar with using Google Sheets. Yeah? So the first session today would be talking about running shop checklist. That's our first session, and morning huddle, the importance of that. The second session we'll be focusing on planning shop operations, normal shop operations, and then shop operations during busy time. So those are the 2 different scenarios, and we'll be doing case studies to understand your knowledge and what you are going to do in those scenarios, and see how we can guide you to better plan your operations and better utilize the shop checklist and the morning huddle session for the purpose it's intended. The observation is most of the time either the checklist is not done, or checklist is done as an assignment, but not done for the intended purpose. And same thing is morning huddle. Morning huddle is done just to complete a task, but not to serve its purpose. So before that, before we start and actually touch on the morning huddle and running the shop checklist and how we can be more effective, we'll start with our first exercise for the day, and let us understand what are 5 S of a store manager. That's important to understand. Everything that we do starts with S. It's a one word. Uh, and then we deal with that 5S. Our day-to-day function rotates around that 5S that we have. So I'll give you 10 minutes, team that have been here. Again, just emphasizing in groups, we'll be working in groups in your shops, except for the first one, which is individual. The next case study would be all shops working within their own group. So we'll have 8 presentation, 8 shops. Outstation managers, another 5 minutes to align yourself. Cameras on. You can use messaging on the Google Meet if you are facing some issues with your microphone. So you can send message and we would be able to read message here. Okay, so time starts now, 10 minutes. Zanal, can you do timing, please? 10 minutes to identify the 5S of store managers. Let's see. Yeah, you can send reminder when 3 minutes is left. Joan, can you hear us?
Mrs. Onifero.
Any issue with your cameras? Can you switch on your camera, or does you start to face issues with Google Meet? Thank you, Russell. Luis, Joan, can you switch on your cameras? Russell, you clear with the question? So you can do this in Google Sheet and share your response. The question is 5S of store managers. What are 5 things that start with S that we as store managers control or look after on day-to-day basis? Don't use the flip chart. Just use this small paper and write down. We'll use flip chart for the next case study.
Share your response. The question is 5S of store managers. What are 5 things that start with S that we as store managers look after on day-to-day basis? And don't use the flip chart. Let's use this small paper and write down. We use flip chart for the next case study. What are 5 things that start with S that we as store managers?
Joan, can you switch on your camera, please? You don't control, standardize things that you control. Standardize means standardize is a process. You standardize things, but the 5S that I'm after is 5 things that you control that start with S. Yeah, one of it is service, right? Control service. Sylvia? Hello? You're getting echo? No? You're getting echo?
No, we lower ours.
I can present it through my screen, no issues. I can just share my screen, it will project it. David, can you join your group? ये रिपोर्ट बनाया है राइट ट्रैक दुई राइट है Remember, team, visualize things that you control. You know, as a store manager, is what you control, and all those things start with S. Visualize yourself as a store manager and visualize things that you control, and try to put that into buckets, and you'll find that those buckets start with S. I'm not asking for what you need to do at this stage. I'm asking the things that you control. You know? You are responsible for. Good morning, Pharaoh. And try to list in the order. See if you can list in the order. You know, if you know those 5 things, list in the order. Three more minutes left. Remember, it's just one word. Every 5 word is just one word each. I've said 5 S of store management, so one word each. We'll have outstation to talk first. So once you're ready, 2 minutes left. Time, Dana? Shining is not a shining, you need to be shining.
Stocking. That reflects about the stocks we have. And 5 is sale in general. If you look at sale, we look at only one.
There got staff, shop, stock, security, sales. You don't control sales. What drives sales? What you do to drive sales? Sales is end result. What you provide to customers?
Service.
Service drives sales. You control service. You don't control sales. Okay? You have shop control. Now, you list in the order. Which one you purchase?
Okay, time's up, team. David, I need you to be in the presentation, please. What happened? It's connected. Hello? Russell, do you want to start? Hello? Luis, do you want to start? Share the 5S. Outstation managers, can you hear us, please? We need some response. Thank you, Sylvia. Luis, you're on mute. Team, we need communication. It has to be a proper conference call. You can all talk. You are all hooked up to the sound system. Okay. Any outstation managers want to start? Hello? Sylvia, can you say something? I want to just test the sound system. Hello? Just give us a second, Sylvia. Hello? Just give us a second, Sylvia. Hello? Just give us a second, Sylvia. Hello?
पूरा सिस्टम के बोलना वॉल्यूम नहीं है खाली यूट्यूब बोलो म्यूट कर
Tim, can you hear? Okay, just close YouTube. Just close the YouTube. We'll just run the meeting on Google Meet.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can hear us.
Okay, just close YouTube.
Just close the YouTube. We'll just run the meeting on Google Meet.
Okay.
Can you hear now?
I'll start.
Russell, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you guys clearly.
Okay, so you can start with your presentation, the 5S.
Thank you, Chief. I'll start now. So, yeah, what are the 5 days we see as a permanent when we go to it? I've come up with these five points, but I'll be talking about only one point, which is standard here. Right? So, what to go? The first thing we see is our window display. And I'll be talking about the standard. So, this is that. And let's see the percentage. And still did in the fourth period, rules student for all courses. And to finalize it, we do have at least one of those things. But my aspect is and so far.
I think you have the streaming is still happening in YouTube. Is there? How many connected? Just one.
So the second one is sharing.
Okay, sorry, outstation managers, we having some network issues. We're not able to clearly hear you. So we'll just put on mute and just look at the workshop today or training today on the YouTube one and see if you can just keep the cameras on so that we can have a visual view. But it would be just one way. You can just, and if anything you want to share, just share in the comment of the Google Meet and I'll read it to the team here.
Okay, Abhi.
I should message them to join. All outstation, just join the YouTube video, please. So team here, what are the 5S? Anyone? Vagi? Okay, staff? Service? Stock, I said one word, instruction. Sales? Do you control sales? Do you control sales? Do you control sales? Is sales you control or sales is a result of something you control? Sales is a result of something you control, right? So sales is a result of service, stock, staff. Sylvia, just switch to YouTube. You'd be able to hear.
Yes.
Would you please start with your presentation for 5S?
Noted.
Okay? Another? I'm looking at things you control, not the result. Security? Setting? Is setting an act or something you control? Setting is an act or something you control. You set stocks, you control stocks. One more? One more, the main one. You do everything for shop. The first thing you control is the shop. Okay, so these are 5 S that we control. Staff, service, stock, security, and shop. If you have to rank it, which one would be number 1? Security? Do you get staff first or security first? No, I'm taking in order. Do you get staff first or do you get security first? Okay. So what is number 1? Staffing? But for what you get staff? Shop. So which will come first? Shop? Right? You first get a shop. So when you get a shop, then what you get? Then you get staff. And then after that, what you get? Do you get security or stock? You get security to control stock. So which will come first? Shop? Right? You first get a shop. So when you get a shop, then what you get? Then you get staff. And then after that, what you get? Do you get security or stock? You get security to control stock. Okay. And then, so once you get stock, you get security to take care of stock. And the last one is, you use all these to provide service. David, I need you to be the training, please. Let Dixon sort it out. Okay, when you talk about staff, what we look at? Dixon, just check if outstation managers can hear. They should be able to hear. Sylvia, can you hear now? Hello? Okay, Tim. When you talk about staff, what are the things that we look at and plan for? Attendance and punctuality? Yes. What's your attendance for the days? Oh, grooming? You ensure that they are groomed well? Anything else?
Scheduling and supervising staff to ensure team members are there during peak hours.
Scheduling and scheduling staffs, right? You can repeat.
Scheduling and supervising staff to ensure that they are there on the floor during peak hours. Conducting training and performance evaluations for team members, monitoring employee and maintaining a positive work environment.
Thank you, Wagi. So you schedule, you plan for the day, training and development. Anything else? When it comes to staff? So attendance, they are in, you have checked. You know who is not at work. You have scheduled staff based on your attendance, punctuality. If someone is coming late, understand the reasons for late. You have planned the trainings for the staff. What else you plan for your staffs?
To understand each member's team reality, like whether he feels okay or is ready to work.
Okay, understand or such if your staffs are in proper mood and they are fit to work, they're motivated, they're not down with dealing with some personal issues. Anything else? Staff work-life balance? Come on, Tim, I'm talking to managers. You plan for transport. That's the last thing. You know, you need to plan for it. And if it is on your checklist, and if you are planning for it, then your security will not message that I need a list for start drop-offs. You know? So team, we need to align. I'm sort of doing this to make us aware what our responsibility is, and when we plan for the day, how we can plan end to end. You know, it's not that we just plan halfway and it doesn't look good, that our security follows up, please share staff list. You know, if you are taking responsibility of staff transport, we would be giving sufficient advance notice and updating that these are the staffs whose transport needs to be organized today. You know, and any staffs in the no-go zone is released early, or they are planned in the morning shift. In terms of stock, what are the things that we look at? First thing, what do you look at for your stock? Look at your stock level, but your stock is already there in the shop. What are the things you are interested in? Merchandise? The first thing, what you'll track? Security tagging? First thing, you're starting your day, you are going to take your security tagging? What is more important? What we did in VC? Receiving stock, but before receiving, what we check? Come on, team, you just need to visualize your day. I'm not a retail manager. Stock level, first thing. Yesterday, Zainal presented. You'll check status of your sales order. You have inventory in the shop, which needs to be merchandised. But more important is inventory that has been sold and inventory that you are supposed to get. You need to know the status, because if you will not get that inventory, then how are you going to complete your shop readiness and how are you going to sell to the customers? You know? So when you look at stock, the first thing you'll be interested in is what is the status of your sales order. Then you'll be able to see, okay, what sales order you are receiving today. Then you'll be able to plan receiving accordingly, and then you'll be able to plan filling of your shop on that particular basis. Okay. So that's in terms of stock. Anything else? So you have looked at your sales order. Based on your sales order, you have planned for your day. What you have planned your receiving. What are the things that you look at? Presentation. If the stocks is displayed in the right manner, it's available, sorted. What other thing you look at in terms of stock? Okay, so stock controls, ensure stocks is safeguarded. What else you look at? One more thing in terms of stock you look at, important one. Stock not damaged, so you look at damaged stocks. Make sure the pricing is right. Okay. One more thing. Sales, trend, forecast, demands, yeah, that's operational. One more thing you take care of when it comes to stock. TIP? Yes, TIP tracking happens when you do your sales order tracking. It's part of that. One more thing. Security tagging. One more thing. It should be part of your checklist. Pricing. One more thing, as your store manager, you check, and you will not check just once, you will check multiple times. Size arrangement. Replenishment. Okay, team, from tomorrow, I'm going to all shops and start checking your bulk. It's bulk. You know? I'm sorry, I'm talking to store managers. You know, it should be part of your checklist. And as I've said, it's not only once. You need to make multiple visits to your bulk. Look at the status of the bulk. Look at what's in the bulk, you know. Look at the movement in the bulk. Is bulk locked or not? Or is anyone who is able to walk in the bulk and come out? You need to see what you want to keep in your bulk and what you don't want to keep in your bulk. You know? So, see, once we start to look into it, the bulk is there for our core range and items which is moving. But at this stage, what's sitting in the bulk? Slow moving is sitting in the bulk. Fast moving is not in the bulk. So how, if we start to take ownership of bulk, we would be able to use the bulk for its intended purpose, which is to hold our fast-moving stocks. You know? See, that's what we did in warehouse. We took control of the warehouse, and we started to monitor what's sitting in the warehouse, and we said when we walk around, we want to sit a lot more core stocks in the warehouse than fashionable one-time stocks. And today, when we walk in warehouse, we do see a lot more core stocks. You know, 24 months earlier, things was very different. Zanal would agree to it. You know? But now you walk in the warehouse, you see a lot of basic tees, plain tees, striped polos, formal shirts, trousers, cargo shorts, which is our core. You know? But then, and what we want to see in that bulk. And then we relate back to planning to ensure that we get stocks of what is selling and have sufficient backup sitting in our bulk. So now comes to security. In terms of security, what are some of the things that you look at? First one is, what you'll check first thing? Securities is there, attendance of the security, then what you check? I went to one shop this Saturday, not our shop, this Sunday, and the security is like this. I said, good morning. So what else you look at? So one is you look at attendance of the security. The other thing is? The securities are alert, whether they are in a status, they are fresh, they can work the whole day, you know, because we are paying for it. They are like our staff, you know. Their freshness. What else you look at? Sorry? You check the security counter, the approach and service, attendance we have already checked in.
Part of the security is making sure both staff and customers are into the shop without any hazard.
Okay. What else you look at in terms of your security? Team visualize, that's your day-to-day. Banking done on time? They are grooming, right? So you look at the attendance, you look at whether they are fit and fresh to work, you look at their grooming. These are the first 3 checks you'll do before you'll say, okay, you can work today, right? What other things you look at as part of your security? Okay. You'll look at whether their tools and support accessories are okay or not. What other things you look at in terms of security? So remember, we're looking at security in overall. We're not looking at security just in person. One aspect of the security is the personal security that we have in the shop. What are the other aspects of security we look at? So we have covered that. We have covered whether they are at work, they are groomed well, you know, they are fresh, they have got the right PPEs to function. You know, so that's covered your physical security. But apart from physical security, what other aspects that you look at which relates to our responsibility in terms of security? Safety, we look at security for safety. What else? So the alarm takes whether the security pedestrians is functioning or not. That's part of security. CCTV, right? You look at CCTV because that's part of security. Anything else that you look at as part of which will fall as part of security? There's one more important area in the shop where we need to have awareness of in terms of security? Emergency exist and fire extinguishers. Okay, yeah, you need to check that. That's part of safety and fall under shop. One important area you need to, as a store manager, you need to have awareness over, and that would fall as part of security role. Fitting room. That's where the greatest fraud happens. Dixon, I'm not sure where the background, because I put that on. The laptop mic is put the sound off. That's where the greatest fraud happens. So the sound is off. Okay, the final one, service. So what are some of the things that you look at which fall under service? Customer? You provide to customer. But what are some that you look at which ensures that we deliver the best experience to our customers? Sorry? The ambience of the shop? Meet and greet? What helps to drive service?
Availability of products.
Okay, availability of product, stocking, because it does affect your sales, service. Shopping basket. Saturday, while in one shop, the shopping basket was hidden at the back, and all the customers were carrying the product in their hand, and no one realized that why they are not having shopping basket. You know? And why that happened? Because that important check was not in part of management. You know, that where is my shopping basket? Because it does affect your customer service. And when we sort of realized that customers are carrying stock, we asked where is the shopping basket? Because the trolley basket was available, but customers were more friendly, more sort of convenient with the handling basket. And that basket was sitting at the back of the door. You know, and when we brought it out, and that started to get used to it. But we would not be in that particular situation if we know that shopping basket is an important element of our customer service journey. It's there for a purpose. You know, and if it's part of our planning, then we would not be in that particular situation. So the idea is to refresh those things which we as managers need to be on top of to deliver the promise that we have for our customers. The brand, the vision that's behind the brand. You know, the brand propositions. So these are the things, Steve. What else? What else you look after which affects service? Yes, cashier counter is very well organized. If there is long queues, you see a need to go and help the team to reduce the queue. You know, you get the small baskets going in one POS, and you get the bigger one in one, so that the queues get shorter. Staffs are attending to customer service, right? Staffs' confidence in providing service and support to customers, their interaction with their customers. Okay, OHS, you know, we don't have any risk, any health and safety risk for the customers. No wet floors, no totes blocking customer ways, no trip hazards. When we move around, we look at these kind of things. Anything else? Okay, speed of service. Anything else? Anything else that we need to plan for the shop which affects our customer service or which drives our customer service? Baggage area, yes. The baggage area is neat, clean. The baggage tags are there so that securities can give it to the customers, and convenience of the baggage counter. Anything else? Shop ambience, we have discussed. Cleaning shop, neat, tidy. There's other things that you do, and there's one critical thing that you do. Welcoming meet and greet that we spoke about. There's one thing you're missing. Every important aspect you have missed one important thing. Let's see if you can get it right this time. Staff are approachable and their body language is okay. One more important thing that comes into customer journey that we as managers need to be on top of it and part of our daily planning and checklist, and we need to ensure that our shop, that aspect is always kept aligned. Stocking, yes, we need to fill up, otherwise we'll not be able to sell. Fitting room and restroom is clean. Okay, so quality service and welcoming atmosphere. There's one more thing. Sorry? Last impression. Come on, team, there's one more thing we as managers need to plan as part of our daily checklist. And if you are doing your daily checklist, that aspect is there as part of something that needs to be checked. So if you look at everything that we have discussed till now is in your checklist to be ticked off. There's one thing that comes in the journey of customer service that we need to align in order to deliver the service that we want to the customers or make customers' journey in the shop more convenient. Right level of music, yeah, it's ambience. Staffing, we have talked about, that's one. Temperature. Okay, team, again from tomorrow, I'll come and tidy up your price ticketing. Price ticketing, it is an important aspect that we need to be mindful of and ensure its price ticketing is aligned, properly done, and clearly visible. So that customers can, what are the things that customers look at? Customers will look at the product. The next question they would ask is the price. So team, you look at, we do checklist every day. Every day we run through our checklist, and all these things is in our store checklist. How we can plan our day, and all those things that's in the checklist and everything that you looked at relate to these 5 things. And when we plan our day, how do we align that we touch all the critical things that we have talked about on these 5 different buckets? Starting with your shop when you enter, to your staff as they come in, to stocks, to your security, and at the end, the service journey that we provide to our customers. I'll give you 3 minutes to reflect on that. If you want to take any notes to improve your planning, you can do that, and then we'll go to our next exercise, which is a group exercise. So unfortunately, we are not able to have outstation to participate, but they can sort of hear the discussion. We'll do it in shops, the next group exercise. So case study 1, we'll do Waingani waterfront, and we have VC there, and Ashish and Robert makes up Boroko team. Vineet, Zanel, and Yogesh, if you want to join any of the teams, you are most welcome to join. Dixon, can you change the screen? team, always look at your role and what you are responsible for in the structured and simplest manner possible. You can make these things very complex. You will find your role very difficult. But if you look at, we have just put the things that we control in 5 bigger buckets. It becomes simpler to look at. You know, you will be trained, your psychology would be trained on that particular basis. Every day you look at your day, your mind would be trained to focus on these 5 things. Because that's where your core responsibility is. And then what we need to do for these 5 things. And every day when you will do your checklist, you will not miss your important things like bulk, price ticketing, change room, you know, CCTVs, cashiering. This would be all covered. So look at your role and plan in a more structured way. The more you'll complicate, the more difficult your role will become. The more you simplify, the more simpler your role would become, and easier it would be. You know? So you can put same thing related to staff in a long sentence, and you'll find that responsibility looking very difficult. But if you'll just say staff, and these are the 5 things that I need to look at in terms of staff, you'll always be on top of those 5 critical things. You know? Every time you look at your staff, those 5 things will come: grooming, their morale, you know, their service levels to customers when they're interacting with their customers, when you are working, their eye contacts, you know, and their safety and their transportation. The time they come in and go out. That's our responsibility. Okay, team, we'll now go to our case study number 1. Today is Friday, the start of your weekend promotion. And at 8 a.m., you are informed from Ashish that Group GM is coming with a VIP guest. You know, we'll visit the store at 10. And your checklist reveals some gaps. So you have done your morning checklist, and at 8 a.m., you have been told by Ashish Abhi is coming, and he's also coming with a VIP guest. Sam Ashish is joining me. So, and your checklist reveals several gaps. You know, so number 1 was promotional displays are incomplete. Missing pricing, poor visibility. Are messy. You know, I'll come in and I'll go to fitting rooms. So one aisle is cluttered. So one aisle of the product display is cluttered with totes sitting in, or displays are too close, overstocked. A team member called in sick. So Timothy, you look at Waterfront, Daniel called in sick. POS 2 is not functioning. And one recent customer complaint remains unresolved. So those are the work. You now have 30 minutes to plan your day and run an 8-minute morning huddle. Okay? So that's your day. When you did your checklist, you have those things not aligned. On top of that, you have been told that Group GM is visiting the store with a VIP guest. And now what are you going to do? You have got 30 minutes to plan your day and run a morning huddle. Okay, so your time starts now. Sorry, we'll put 20 minutes to plan. We'll run out of time so that we get 8 minutes of presentation time for the 4 groups. So Zainal, can you time it 20 minutes? And your time starts now. Use your butcha paper to plan your day, to plan your presentations. And to prepare your presentation, what did you prioritize and why? So you need to answer those questions when you prepare. How do you handle the POS issue if it continued during the VIP visit? How did you ensure your team was aligned on the promotion? And what would you do differently next time? You know, so you answer that. So first, you know your day, there's a promotion going on, you know there's exceptions revealed in your checklist. On top of that, you know the Group GM is visiting with a VIP guest. Yeah? You have a system down, you have those things there. So now you plan. First, what did you prioritize and why? So what are you going to prioritize and why? How do you handle the POS issue if it continued during the visit? How did you ensure your team was aligned on the promotion? You do that. After that, you do a review of your planning and then say what would you do differently the next time. Your time has started, team. You have 20 minutes. Remind on 15 minutes when 5 minutes is left. PO is 2 down, call Dixon.
Two groups. That's what I said in your shops.
Team instruction is clear in your shops. So Waterfront would have one presentation, Wengani one presentation, VC one, and Boroko one. 5 minutes left. Time's up. Okay, time's up, team. Okay, time's up. We'll now start the presentation. So, VC, we'll start with you. Team, I'm not sure where we went out with communication. My instruction from the beginning was the first is individual exercise. After that, all group exercise in your shops. Okay, VC.
Good morning, team. We did not finish the questions, and we did not manage to put it in here. So in that case, can we put the in this scenario, as you can see, it's Friday and it is on a weekend. All right, at 8 a.m. We are informed that the company group manager and VIP guests will visit in the store at 10:30 a.m. Meaning to say we have 2.5 hours to plan for the day to make it complete. Promotional display are not complete, missing pricing for visibility. In this case, in our scenario, if we will put it in a real time, it's Friday and most of us, the managers, are present. So I mean to say, I have the proper management, we have the proper management of the shop. We talk about delegating the task by the management skill. For example, that one showing we have a missing pricing and the poor visibility and POS is not functioning. So we prioritize this one, but in the scenario, it's said today is Friday and it's a weekend promotion. In that case, we will prioritize the missing pricing and poor visibility because we inform the customer that we will have the weekend promotion. So this is the priority we have. And on this stage, our store manager and the manager's plan is to give the task for the visual merchandising because we have the visual merchandising respo at the shop. By our guidelines and by our visual merchandising, 2.5 hours, maybe it's enough time to get the shop done. The POS 2 is not functioning well. Of course, at 9 a.m., the shop will be opening, so we need to make sure this POS 2 is functioning. In that, what happened is just the thermorolls. That's why it's not functioning. In that case, the other question is, what if it is not working? Then it's another problem. We will resolve it later. So we will prioritize the missing price point together visual merchandising. And after that, because we will open the shop at 9 o'clock, of course, we will do the fitting room and messy aisle, which is we have the housekeeping and the logistic respo. Simultaneously, while the visual merchandising are doing the price point and everything, the housekeeping and the logistic respo will also doing the fitting room and messy aisle. So that is the plan that we have. And the team member is sick called in that way. In real scenario, Friday, most of the staff are in the shop. So we decided to have this one. We will check the manpower that we have. If it is okay, then we don't need to worry about because we have enough manpower. But if someone is on day off, if the manpower is not enough, we will call that if he can. That staff can come in the shop to cover the sick person that we have. And the last thing that the questionnaire, yeah. One recent customer complaints remains unresolved. The managers are there. Maybe at that time the senior manager will be. The senior manager is there. Our store manager is there. I think we can handle the customer's complaint within that day, and we can assist them on whatever assistance they may need. In that case, 2.5 hours of our time, I think we can manage before the visitors come. All right. I will give the.
Okay, I believe everything is mentioned. Everything is mentioned here already, but we'll just have to add on some of the things which we normally do, as the question was asked. What did you prioritize and why? So the first thing, as David has mentioned, we prioritize missing pricings and poor visibility and POS 2 not functioning as the store is opening at 9 a.m. Like he have mentioned, the pricing ticketings are not facing correctly. Some pricing ticketings are not maintained. So those are the things we will have to prioritize. Not only that, but also our POS is also not working. So for an instance, the till roll is not there. And without the till roll, the till cannot open. Or whereby sometimes the POS goes off itself. So in those scenarios, we have also admin there, which we always advise. You send emails to Dixon and tell Dixon that this is working, so he can plan it on his schedule also. If it's a continuous thing with the POS, then Dixon has to make a call by maybe arranging looking around for a new quotation to replace it, because it's a continuous issue. How would you handle the POS issue if it's already answered? How did you ensure your team was aligned on the promotion? It's already been answered, I believe. What would you do different next time?
All right. On this scenario, that we can see that ahead of time, the visual merchandising and the shop should be setting up the shop. In this case, we saw that a bit readiness is not there. It is because all of the plannings. So what we will do at the next time, we will make sure that this before the weekend promotion, at least by Thursday, the shop is always ready. And the only secret of this one is really the proper planning. As Abinez said, proper planning, the proper manpower, proper delegating of the tasks to the team members on their capabilities. So that is the thing that we had discussion. And hopefully next time this scenario will not happen again. All right, that's it.
On the last one here, the staffing. Always have awareness on the team members that if any team member is sick, everyone's phone has to be on. So when we press the button on mentioning in the group that we need someone to cover up someone's shift, there's always thumbs up. So when they put thumbs up, this particular person's arrived to cover up that person's shift, and it's a 218. When it happens to that other particular person, this person always stands up to cover the shift. Thank you.
Thank you, Team VC. Anyone, any questions for Team VC? No? Okay, so we'll go to the next group, and then we'll have Waterfront now presenting. I think Waterfront and VC did it together, Wangani did it together. So we'll take this, but the next case study, please, in your separate shops. So you two shops can present it together.
I'll introduce, then you elaborate. Okay. Good morning, team. Sorry. Probably we have misunderstood or something. Even though we're sitting in front of Avi. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, as a team we work, both Waterfront and Waigani. With this case here, I'll do the presentation. Sorry, Timothy will do the presentation. Sorry.
All right. For those lists, promotional displays are incomplete. Fitting rooms are messy. One aisle is cluttered. A team member called in sick. Post 2 is not functioning. And one recent customer complaint remains unresolved. All right, so firstly, what did you prioritize and why? So firstly, we will prioritize posts. Maybe if we come in the morning and we advise that our GM and visitors will come, so VIP will come. So firstly, we'll prioritize posts because we don't want long queues and customer frustrated and leaving items behind with basket values. So maybe we will call Dixon, the IT. So while we call Dixon and IT is working on it, and then we will, maybe it's Friday also, what Vision City advised that on Friday we will have full manpower. So maybe we can, from Waterfront view, maybe we can arrange one staff to work on the pricing. All right. So our team member is called in sick. Maybe we can go through and evaluate if he or she is really sick. Maybe we can send him or her home because we will still, for Waterfront, we have 12 manpower. So if we send her or him home, then we will still have enough manpower of 11. So we can run that day. All right. So customer recent complaint. One recent customer complaint and remains unresolved. Maybe we can talk to the customer nicely because we understand that this is Friday and maybe we will go through this customer complaint and it will also affect our operation. So we can talk to the customer nicely that, sorry, we understand that and maybe we can get to you back later. So we can clear the customer out and then maybe we can work on the solution and maybe we can call the customer later on, just to clear the and then we can work on the other lines. All right. Okay. How would you handle the post issue if it continues during the day, during the VIP visit? Maybe we can call the IT again maybe IT fix it in the morning, but it's continue again in the during the day. Maybe we can call IT again Dixon. While Dixon is working on it, we can work on the manual sale. All right. And then how did you ensure your team was aligned on the promotion? Mostly promotions, we go through our team in the morning briefing, so everyone is aligned. Maybe we can, any new promotion coming up, we can advise our team, so all of them will be aligned. And then what would you do differently next time? So for doing it next time, maybe manager's checklist, that's the key. We go to manager's checklist every day, then maybe our GM or our VIP guest is coming, we will be still okay. Thank you. Any question? Robert, do you have any questions since you see me? Oh, it's okay. Thank you, Abe. I think no questions.
Thank you, Timo. Well covered. Important aspects. The important highlights was plan for manual day, manual sale if POS is still not working. I'll cover that up. How do you plan for manual sale? You know, you're planning for manual sale on a normal day is different. To planning a manual sale on your busy day is different. And to plan for manual sale, considering your POS issue may not be fixed on a promotional day is very different. You know? So that's where the test comes in. How do we, it's a different scenario. It's a Friday, it's a promotional day. And your POS still not working. You know? So what are you going to do? Okay, team. So thank you, team. Timothy and Deborah and Waingani and Waterfront combined presentations. Now we look here from Team Boroko. One POS not working.
Can you check? It's working now. Mic test.
Yeah, okay. Now it's working. The POS is working now. Okay. The scenario that we have worked on, yes, if the visiting manager will come and visit the shop, but we are behind by some things like we didn't complete the display for the promotion and that. Okay, the first thing that I will look at is as a manager when I come to this situation, the first thing that I'll check my staff attendance and check the staff attendance, and then I will delegate the task which I haven't covered. So by doing this, I will have the morning huddle to explain and assign for the day's plan, prioritize the work which I should cover during that day, to cover for the shortage that we did not complete. Okay, the third thing, yes, since I go through the morning huddles after I check that staff attendance, which is my staffing that is available at the time, because in the situation also there's a staff that call that he has fallen as CK. So by checking my attendance for the staff that day, then I will prioritize and assign the day's plan for the staff, what we're supposed to do before the visitors arrives. Okay, the third thing, I will go through and then correct the missing price, and the promotional display needs to be aligned before the visitors comes in for the shop visit. Also, I'll assign the staff to clear out the main clouded aisle and fix the fitting room as well. That will come through the delegate after I know my staff, attendance and that, and then I delegate the job for them for that day. And I also know that there is a post which is down, so I have to physically check if it needs technical attendance to it, or if it's minor, I can get it fixed at that time. Or if not, if it's need technical, then I'll call the technical people to be there to for the support. Yes, and then there is a customer complaint also which hasn't been attended to from the previous days, that I will take into note that, so I will make the call to the customer to attend to solve the issue with them. And by seeing that, the things that I can fall during the day, it covers that I will always ensure to check my manager's checklist to avoid these situations to happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert and Ashish, for your presentation. And covering on those important exceptions. So team, anyone general comments on what we have? Dixon, can you go to the case study, please? Certain important aspects that came through from that case study. I mean, that as I've said, two of the important aspects was covered up from the group was, see, those exceptions of promotional displays are incomplete and fitting rooms are messy, aisle is cluttered, is all part of the manager's checklist. And as I've said, that we are checking that every day. And if we are checking something every day, and if exceptions still exist, we need to ask that question, why? You know, is it our staffs are not taking us seriously? Are we effective in management? Because this is the question that raises. Yeah? But if you are following the checklist, it should be done, and if it is not done, then there is something missing. You know, and that relates to management effectiveness. How effectively are we doing? It's just doing the ticks is one. And when you do your checks and exceptions still persist or still exist, it raises the question on management effectiveness, seriousness, performance culture. You know, your machine, because we are doing this every day as managers, over a period, the checklist would register in your brain. You know, and your machine, which is your shop, would come into that routine of maintaining it, and it should always be to the expected level. But if you are checking something every day, and if it is not to that level, it raises a question on management effectiveness, which is us. You know, and it all starts from here. Then what we need to align, what we need to change in our management approach to be able to achieve the result or the readiness of the shop that is expected. You know, so that we don't have to run around when anyone is coming in the shop. You know, you will run your operations confident that anyone can walk into shop at any point in time, would always find your shop ready to the best level possible. So that's again that group raised that important point that if you are doing your checklist, then you would not be running around. If you get that information that today Avi is visiting the shop, I still know that when you hear I'm coming, you still go and sort of walk around to get your shop ready. The question is, why can't it be done every day? Why can't we as our managers sort of look after our operations, be the owners, and maintain it to the level required every day without fear of who is coming in the shop today? How can we do that? Anything we do, we are owners. We don't need to do special preparations for someone coming if we do our best every day, if we give our best every day. So that case study, the idea was to basically do a reflection of if we are doing a checklist, then why those exceptions exist. That question of why is critical. POS not down, POS is not functioning, and then asking, suppose that POS issue still persists. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, you open, you call Dixon and to resolve, but for some reason it is taking longer and it's promotion, then how are you going to plan for your day? Because you still need to flush out customers. You still need to cash in customers. So that's where we have this manual sales in. So you will prepare for your sales. What are the things that you'll check for your manual sales? Anyone? What are the things that you'll check for your manual sales? Manual sales book. Do you have sufficient manual sales book for the day? As I've said, if it's a Monday, it's different. If it is a Friday, it's different. But Friday with promotion is different. Then what else you'll check? What else you'll plan for manual sales? Increase the manpower, scheduling, right? So do you want to, when there is long queue, and then at that point in time, do you want to run around and get person to do the manual sales, or do you foresee that it's going to be a busy day, and you would need 2 sets of people doing manual sales if one POS is down? So this goes as your plan. Scheduling, right? You'll tell your staff, you'll identify and say, today you'll be standby, and probably from 11:30 when it gets busy, we'll have to start doing manual sales. Anything else, team? Post key. Right? I've got a short video which shows in front of the customer. I'll probably play that video. I'm sharing this for information. This happens in our shop, so don't personalize it. You see what's happening there? You look at what's happening there? Is that Jack Standard? Team, is this Jack Standard? Do you think it would happen if we have done our role as managers well and to the expected level? Do you think it will happen? Do you see it's a reflection on us as management if those things is happening in our shop? Team, yes or no? See, change starts with acceptance. And if within our mind we'll say, no, we are on top of everything, change would not happen, improvement would not come through. Change and improvement only happens when we see that and we accept we are not on top of our responsibility. And it's a self-honest, self-reflection every day. When we see something, is it staff? Is it us? You know? That's the first question. So team, when you see those kind of things happening in our store, it's always the reflection from the top person that's owning that particular shop. It's never the staff. You know, if the top person is on top of the responsibilities, is doing the checks well and effectively, we would not have those scenarios happening in the shop. Okay, team, what else? So you plan for the day, you know it's your POS is down, so you plan for manual cash sales. You have scheduled your staffs. Yeah? And you have a pending customer query which you need as managers to attend to. Yeah? But it all goes to the effectiveness of running your shop checklist. You know? I was surprised last visit, our shop checklist was last updated on 25th February. And that again in 2025, that was the only day the checklist was updated. You know? That was the only day the checklist was updated. So how do we see our responsibility? You know, the checklist which is made in that book, I'm sort of digitalizing it now. We are working, our team at the back in Fiji is working to create a digital version of the checklist where you'll just go onto your computers and you'll tick it off. You'll say post, it will be posted and we'll get a copy emailed to us. So we'll move away from manual checklist book. We should be able to roll it in by end of July. You know? So we are doing these things to make life easy and more convenient. Right? But doing it effectively, even if you'll digitalize it, it doesn't mean that we are doing it effectively. And to do it effectively requires doing from your heart. If you take it as a task, you'll sit in and you'll tick off. Your IC would still be leaking, but on the checklist, it will be ticked off. You know? But if you know what's your responsibility if your IC is leaking, and you know what's the implication of that on the customer service level, it would be pending, and you'll get it fixed within the shortest possible time. Okay, team, that's all for the first session that we have to touch on. How can we make our checklist to be effective and serve the purpose rather than a task? You know? And it all goes to how do we look at our responsibility as the owners of the shop? You know? How do we carry that book with us? You know? Every time we go, everywhere we go, that's sitting in our common places. And I have said over time, that checklist would be mirrored in your brain. You'll be able to cover all those things in your walk around and then come and update your checklist. And morning huddle. Right? Morning huddle, again, when we talked about this case study, you have got this day thing, you have to plan for your day. When you do your morning huddle, that's the time you are talking with your team members. That's the time you are interacting, you are understanding them, whether their morale is right, they are motivated for the day. You know, how do we hype them up? How do you appreciate good things that has happened? How do you also talk about things where we have opportunities to improve and make it better? You know? How do we set our team towards a common goal? That's what happens during morning huddle. You know? So do we do just morning huddle that is part of Jack's operations and we have to do morning talk? Or do we actually plan for that morning huddle? You sit in the afternoon at the end of the day and say, how did your day went, how we are tracking, what are the good things that we have done, what are the things that we still improve on, and you prepare yourself for the morning huddle. Yeah? I still go to morning huddles. I still see people, managers just walking in and talking anything they want to talk. If I'll ask, well, did they plan for the morning huddle? Did they reflect their day yesterday? How did it went? Did they identify things that was done well, staffs on the floor who did exceptionally well and who are sort of doing more than what's that expected to be done? Do we acknowledge that effort in front of all the other staffs? You know, do you appreciate that commitment? Every staff you go in, there is 3 or 4 staffs who is going beyond compared to what other staffs are doing it. Are we able to identify that? And are we able to openly appreciate them for that commitment, that support? You know, that's our responsibility. And that's where management core sort of effectiveness comes in. Team, it requires, as I've said, it just requires stepping back, taking a deep breath, and saying what your responsibility is, and how you can align yourself to focus on your core responsibility. You know? You can just let that day go by, or you want to run your day and achieve what you want to achieve. Okay, team, so we'll go for a break, 30 minutes. Think through this session. This sets the base for the next one that we are going to do, and next one is again a case study based preparation for a normal time and for a promotional period. You know, how you're going to plan it. So that would be case study 2 that we talk about, and it's building into stages. Yesterday we learned about processes to be followed regarding staff, regarding POS, regarding inventory and systems. Today we are putting that into practice, and we are starting our day with shop manager's checklist and morning huddle. 2 important things. Done well, your day is planned to deliver the best results. Done at the task, you will struggle. You know? Your care would be like this. Good days, bad days. Good days when there is pressure. Bad days when you don't do things effectively. Okay, team, we'll go on break. We'll come back at 10:30. Okay, Tim, we'll start. Again, we'll start with a case study. We have 2 hours. So this channel, you just time it. It would be 30 minutes for your case study planning time and 10 minutes each for presentation. 30 minutes. So we are now on shop operational planning, 2 scenarios, your normal trading and your promotional period when you have initial increase in foot traffic. So that happens during crazy sale. If there's some events, some promotions, independence, and Christmas trade, this is not your normal day, your transactions increase. So team in your groups or in your shops, you are required to work on that case study, right? So it's a dual cycle challenge, managing normal versus promotional week. So you are planning for the week, and within that week, you have both normal and promotional, right? So Jack's retail store in Wangani operates with a standard weekly turnover of Kina 200,000. Customer footfall is steady during weekdays and peaks slightly on weekends, right? So that's our normal trade. It's steady on weekdays, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday it picks up. Then staff roster, replenishment, and merchandising follow a standard weekly cycle. So you have when it's standard week, you have a standard weekly cycle of your staff roster, replenishment, and merchandising. Right now, Zainal, our head of procurement, has just announced a three-day promotion starting Friday. Right? So all of a sudden, there is a promotion being announced, and the promotion details is as follows: 25% off on selected fashion items, bundle deals on accessories, and weekend lucky draw for purchase over Kina 100. So that's the promotion. So what that promotion is intended to do, this is expected to increase footfall by 40 to 50% and raise daily sales to Kina 75,000 per day during the promotion. So you are required to plan store operations for both normal week, which is Monday to Thursday, is your normal day, and promotional period, which is Friday to Sunday. And the promotion that would be running on Friday to Sunday is 25% off on selected fashion items, bundle deals on accessories, weekend draw for purchase over Kina 100, but that's intended to increase foot traffic by 40 to 50%, and your average daily sales would go up to 75,000 Kina. Whereas it was 200,000 for the whole week in a normal situation. And now you will be doing 225,000 in just 3 days, which is 75,000 each on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah? So team, you are required to plan store operations for both normal week. Remember, this planning is not just as an assignment, this has to be your actual shop planning, touching down your 5 key areas that you look at, and how would you plan for a normal day operations, and what would change for that particular promotion. You are given 30 minutes in your group, think through, plan your day. As I've said, it has to be a real operational plan. So in your shops, team, your time starts now, 30 minutes. Any questions? If you are not clear, please ask. 4 minutes left. Last 3 minutes left. If you have finished, Zanel can paste it on the board. Okay, last 35 seconds left. You finish? You can put it there. Yeah. Okay, team, time's up. Okay. Okay, we'll start with Wengani to present the shop plan. Tim, as I've said, this is just not a workshop presentation. You need Okay, Tim Wengani, 15 minutes to share your plan.
Good morning, Tim. Okay, thank you. On one side, we have this 2-page. It's a normal shop, a normal, what will I say? A normal operation Monday to Thursday. On that side, we have that pop-up promotions on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay, normally in daily, which we already highlighted 5S, which we have shop, staff, stock, security, and service. So this is the normal daily shop plan for Waigani. Shop, under shop, we come opening, closing time. We have, when we open and close, under that we have housekeeping, we have POS, we have CCTV and music, we have checklist. Checklist is a daily thing under shop. So we move to staffing. Staffing, we have, under staffing, we have roster, plan for the day offs, lunch break, we have transport. We have break plans. Under stocks, we have reorders, refilling, daily refilling, we have ticketing. If we have promotion ticketing, we have to look into posters and all those. And also visiting bulk. Security, we have security manpower. Under security, we have security manpower. We have awareness of bulk, which sometimes security check bulk, and the baggage counter, and also the fitting room, which they're part to check security tagging also. Service, we have customer services. We have customer service, we have meet and greet. We have to make sure that we provide baskets, or the baskets has to be ready for customer. And also speeding up service. This is for the Monday to Thursday normal service. And then we have a pop-up promotion from Zynon.
So our second chat, we didn't actually complete it properly for service, but it will be more similar. We're just gonna talk about for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's when we have customer is picking up, transactions are also going higher. So for shop, we are also plan our opening and closing, when to open and when to close, because like it depends. Sometimes when it's weekends and we have a lot of, and we need to prepare the shop before we go, so we have to also plan closing. Also coming, we have to plan when to start, because it's gonna be where we're gonna run a promotion. So we have to plan opening and closing as well. And we have to, like, coming to POS, there's a lot of things we have to plan when it's coming to POS related. We have to make sure that our POS is ready, they are all working. Like also checking our machines, our FTOS machines are all working.
in working condition. We also have thermo rolls. We also have thermo bags available. So those things we also have to plan during this peak period, promotional period, because in this promotion we are expecting more customers, so we have to plan these things in advance. So by Thursday, we are already planning those. By Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we should already have those things in place. But then we have to be consistent in checking those things, whether they are working or not. So that's coming to pause. Also, our planning for our change is quite different from normal days, because in this peak period, we have to increase change money. So that also involves the admin to plan better, to plan for enough change money to be available at that time, so we are not running around or running short. And also our thermo rolls are enough. And also our box is already prepared because we'll be having a promotion, so our box is also prepared for the promotion already, for the 100 kina promotion. And ticketings are all aligned as well, because this particular weekend we'll be having a promotion, so ticketings are also aligned to the promotion that is going on, whatever promotion. Into staffing, we also plan our roster. At least we have to have less manpower on day offs. Normally when it comes to Waigani weekends, Saturdays, we only have the one that's Malana, the ones that are Adventists, they only go off on Saturday. Otherwise, we should have the all manpower available there. Day offs too, we try to put it into weekdays. So weekends, we want to have more manpower on floor. So to plan this manpower, we will plan that our manpower will be all available. We just have to plan our break-in hours, the peak periods and the non-peak periods. So like from 11 to 2, we should have the whole team on the floor. So we should plan our break hours as well, before that and after that. So that's for our busy period. And also our transport, it has to be arranged early, because sometimes when we drag, we affect the other shops, especially Vision City. And then we also have our stocks. Our refilling rate will be different. So planning for this weekend, we will plan a different team to do refilling for this busy period. They will be just for refilling alone. So we will plan our refillings as well. Ticketings and posters are all ready for the promo. Security, we will also want to plan our manpower of the security guards. It's enough. Increase guards in the fitting room areas, in making sure that only our fitting room rules too are also implemented. Only 3 items will be allowed to be in the fitting room to be taken in, not more than 3. Baggage counter is also clean and maintained. Most times, to my scene in Waigani, our securities grooming is something that we need to implement them, because when our customers enter, like the front area is a bit, the smell is not really appealing, because our guards don't really maintain that grooming thing. So that's one thing we also have to look into when it's coming to busy periods, and how they attend to customers. Sometimes they are very rude to customers when customers don't like leaving their baggage, but they have to explain. So these things we need to look into as well when it's coming to busy periods. And at the busy periods, we also want a guard to be present at the counter area, because there'll be a lot of stocks moving, like going out. So at least there's a guard there overlooking like at that area. So like for security purposes, things are going out, they are all processed and going out. So that's why security-wise, we want to increase security. And coming to service, it's gonna be more like the same, making our customer service up to standard. Even it's busy period, we always must have meet and greet available, as Waigani is the main shop. So we want to gain that customer experience in Waigani, to gain the trust back for customers. And also our baskets, like we always tell our staffs, we must not put things into the basket and push them under the table. Baskets must be always ready at the fitting room area. Whenever a customer is picking something, always offer a basket. So, and also speedy service is also required here, which we have our small bulk now at the top we don't really have much stocks up there at the small bulk, but then going up and down, we try to control the timing of the staffs because some of them just go to pick one tin, they go take very long. So these tins also, we try to look into speedy services. So that's from Margani. Thank you.
We'll hear all the shops' presentations, and then we'll see what we have missed and what touch points we have covered. So, VC?
I'll stand over. This is from VC. It's a daily routine which we always do in daily basis, whether it's a sale, promo, or it's a normal day operation. So firstly, from the normal day operation, we have store there. For the store, we have Verave who will explain further on that one.
As for the store, especially on the cashier side, we need to check no more change money, check if the both POSes are working, thermo bags are available, banking is done, and thermo rolls and everything is prepared for the checkout cashiers.
And on that note, ensure the shop is maintained for the day operations. For the staffing, on the staffing, we have, during the normal day operations, we normally put staffs on their breaks, or on their day offs. And on their day offs, because we have the promotion's gonna be on Friday and Saturday, we give the key people, the key team members who's gonna be playing the role in here, we give them additional day off on the normal day. Because these key people are the ones who will be in this promo, will be getting majority of the job done, like looking at the logistic side of things, because they will be doing the receiving, and they will also maintain in the bulk and push in more stocks on the shop, on the promo. So we have normal weeks, normal days, we give staffs day off. Not only one day off, but there are certain days they have day off from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And coming back to the stock.
All right. Regarding the stacks, because we will have the Friday, Saturday's promo, on this particular stocks level, we need to identify the items that is included in the promo, because the team has been emailing the list of the items. Then we need to identify it, and we need to plan the layout and the displays. In that way, we are very effective on promoting the items. This includes all the displays, the price point, and the incomings and outgoing, especially these promotional stocks. We need to have it in the sales floor. Because I believe every time we have that promotion, they are posting in our Facebook. So it is important to check if those stock is available in our shop. Then whenever the customer came, they will not be disappointed of not having the stuff we are promoting in Facebook page. And the security, because this is a normal operation, in Vision City, we only have two guards in a normal operation. So at this case, we will retain the 2 guards. At this moment, this is the normal Monday to Thursday operation. The main key points on this area, because this is just a normal, key points, we need to identify the stocks in promo to prepare in these days. So from Monday to Thursday, we have the time to identify the stocks and to implement it in a proper way and we will display them. And of course, as we are always saying, planning for the implementation of the promo, meaning to say the planning, the identifying, the price point, the marketing things that we need to do for the promotion. And of course, it is very important that we need, before the promotion comes, the staff should know what is our promotion all about. Because if the staff don't know what is the promotion all about, then we will mislead our customers. That is the importance of informing our team member how the promo works and what are the things that included in the promo. If somehow we have some incident, some customer ask the staff, our colleagues, let me check it, I will double check it. Meaning to say that particular colleagues that we have is not informed what are the things that is in promo. If it is crazy sale, most of the items is included, but this one is only a promo. All right. Basically, we are doing all the stocks. We are doing all the normal things here, the scheduling. As we can see in Vision City, AM shift should, most of the time we have 15 in the morning, and PM shift we have 16 in the morning, in the afternoon. And of course, the transportation is just normal. And looking forward after, we prepare all the things here from Monday to Thursday. Thursday night, the shop should be ready with the promo. And these are the things that we need to look into. As you can see here, we have less manpower, but because of the promo, during the weekends, the team is in full force. Nevertheless, some of them will get sick, but still, if we have to extend someone to stay at the shop just to cover the operation, then we will do. But as much as possible, we will give them the balance of work-life balance. In store, we will check, all right, the cashier, chains, we need to have an additional chains because it is a promo period. And Wagi will explain more of this on the promotional period.
Okay. During this promo, the store, in the normal operation, the cashier has to plan for extra change money. Because we will be running the promo on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. During the normal period, the cashier has to send email to the finance team inquiring for extra change money. On the promo also, we also have the staff in here, which is full shift. But during the normal period, because it's a slack day, we also plan that Friday, Saturday is going to be a busy period for us. During these slack days, we also we have a logistic team there. We use to ensure that the promo stocks are received in these normal days because we have a gap in the normal day operation. So in this period, we use the stocks to be received either on Wednesday or Thursday to get it ready for the promo to start on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we have the stocks here. We plan to receive stocks in advance to prepare and push stocks to the shop level. For an example, if the promo was a crazy sale, team is aware that what is our priority during this promo. During this, if the promo was a crazy sale, we will prioritize the sale stocks only, because the promo is going to be the stocks that we will sell in the normal days. So our key on this promotional is for us to sell out the permanent pricing in order to bring in more core lines, which is the promotional pricing. And coming back to, and on this stock also, we also identify which is the core lines and which are the fashion lines, which we also emphasize to the team members, knowing, advising them that which are the core lines which we should have backup in shop at all times, and which are the fashion lines which comes only in limited stocks. Our security, our taggings, we ensure all the products are 10. It's not something which we do only in promo or only on the normal week, but this is something which has to be consistency. It's just like going around and around. And our fitting room also. These are some of the key areas which we always advise the securities to do the check-ins. How many items are going in and how many items are coming out. And not only securities doing their job, but if that particular person is located at the Bula area, she also monitors that process also. Service, we ensure on the promo, ticketings change. So we remove the permanent ticketings and we put promo ticketings according to the promo. Also, we check the hotspot areas and the shop, the cleanliness of the shop and the walkway of the shop to ensure that the baskets are put in the locations where it can be easy to pick up. And the key points, full team is present on the promo period. Extra change money is arranged in advance in the normal weekdays. Bankings are cleared on time because it's a promo. We have additional cash coming in, and shop is ready for the promo. Overall, whatever extra money we have taken from the finance, that money has to be deposited back on time. Apart from there, the deposits for the promo are also deposited on time and all checked, and we prepare for next day operation. Thank you.
Good day, team. Here is a normal our plan of the normal days and the promotional week. Right here is the how we're going to plan for the normal days and for the promotional week. I'll give it to Timothy too.
Thank you, Daniel. Good day, team, once again. All right, so as you can see, we have normal versus promotional. So as you can see, normal versus promotional. So you will see the additional changes and extra effort required, and also proper planning also required. So for shop, we utilize the 5S. So firstly, for shop, we ensure our AC is working, and also the temperature. So during normal operation, the temperature is different from BC period. So BC period, maybe we have more customers and hot, so maybe we have to increase our temperature a bit high to or much cooler to for most customers in the shop. Also, our music during normal operating hours, days, music, normal music. And then for promotional BC, maybe we put something hype or rock just to keep the customer in the shop. Also, we have to plan from Monday to Thursday our drop box, our ticketing, shop use, like Vision City Waigani already highlight, our demo rolls, F-Post receipt rolls, and also importantly, our promotional ticketing. We have to ensure our ticketing is aligned with the promotion and with the products. And our change money, like I said, additional normal hours, normal making days, operating days is change money, and then promotion from Friday to Sunday, additional change money is required due to plenty transaction. All right, the second one is staffing. So we have to proper plan, and then proper rostering of our staffs. So for waterfront, view, like we want higher extra manpower, we have to utilize what we have, 12 manpowers. So for like normally during Fridays and Saturdays, all our manpower is present. But since the promotion will go up until Sunday, we normally clear our off days because it's busy, slow. But since promotion will go up until Sunday, maybe we will hold back our staffs for Sunday, and then we can utilize them rather than we hire extra staff, additional expense. All right, our attendance, we have to check staff's attendance, and staff's drop off. We have to send it early so that the security team can arrange their drop off, and also our staff's dinner. So we all understand during busy, at the end of the day, staff is hungry and tired, so at least we provide them something. Grooming also is very important. It's not busy period and we just come anyhow. We have to still maintain JEC standard, even though it's busy. Highlighting our promotion with the staff's briefing, morning briefing, so that everything is aligned, everyone is aligned. And then we have to still arrange our staff's lunch break, even though it's busy, but still staffs have to have lunch break and fully energized for another shift. All right, coming back, number 3, our stocks. Firstly, check our status 45 and 75. We learned already from Jainul. So we will maybe streamline our processes. Maybe during this time, we won't check this 45 and 75. We will just call. And then imagine during this busy time, everyone will call Miro and then give everything. But if we go through this 45 and 75, maybe we can just give the selected lines, order numbers to Miro, and then he can action it out. Also, our promotional stocks, review our bulk, we have to check. Maybe our bulk, we have HS stocks, that's why Jainul go ahead and apply 25% to clear it. So we have to still check our bulk and then try to plan. Our merchandising, so as you can see, normal operating days is merchandising, and for promotional, we have to be creative. We have to make it in a way that at least display is creative, so we clear out most stocks. All right, security, attendance, yes, we have to check security attendance. As for waterfront, maybe during this busy time, we want higher additional due to cost, so we will, maybe it's 12 manpower, so everyone on each department, and then we have one guard, then it's fine. All right, grooming for security guards. We have to brief our guards also for the promotion. So security is well aligned what actual stocks is on promotion. Many a times we did not advise guards, and then customer bring, hey, why you bring these stocks for 20 kina only, without knowing that this particular item is on promotion. And then we know guards, their approach, maybe they go hard on customer and then causing like inconvenience in the shop. All right, service, sales drive, normal operating days, we have to drive our sales, and also during busy time, we have to still maintain the sales, but faster, much more faster, and wow service. During normal days, provide wow service, even busy time, we still have to provide wow service, so with the JEC standards. It's not that busy time, so we are rushing, just want to do the sales only and just pack and give back anyhow to the customer. We have to still maintain our JEC standard and service. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, from Team Boroko, sorry, apology for that. We did not put the normal operations up there, but I have it on my note here. Yes, yes, apologies for that. Okay. For the normal operation, yes, 5S there. Shop, it's the VM standard has to be maintained always. That's the normal, during the normal operations, VM standard, housekeeping, everything in there must be always, the manager's checklist must be checked all times during the normal period. Staffing, yes, grooming standard also, attendance, punctuality, all those comes under staffing, the number of staff present at that time. That's also, it's looked into during the normal period of, normal operation period. Stock, yes, stock availability in the shop, stock display as well during the normal period. What items needs to be displayed aligned according to the style and the VM standard is there. That's for the normal period. Security is there. The CCTV is on during the normal period. And yeah, the security is the service. We need to provide WOW service, which is the standard service for the JEX or PNG. That the service that we have to provide must be always exceptional and beyond WOW service that we need. That's the during normal operations period. Okay. For the promotional period, yes, first thing I will look at the shop, and then I will, when it comes to the promotion dates, which will be started on Friday and Saturday and Sunday. That's the promotional period. So I must get myself planned. The shop relayout based upon promotional term concept must be done at test day, because we don't work overnight at Boroko, so that setup must be done on test day. It should be done on test day because it cannot be done on Friday, which the promotion is happening. So
just helping Robert on the shop. So when there's a normal day, it's a normal fill, and when there's a promotion, like Boroko is like it applies to all the store, the look and feel needs to be totally different. So customer can feel it out that there's something is happening in the location. So first thing we're going to do, we will create a realignment of the store, that how the store we want to, how the store needs to be based on the promotional theme which has been given from the marketing. And after that feel is and the concept has been created, the most important thing we will check is our price ticketing, and the system is picking based on the what the price are been highlighted. And to create that feel, we'll try to bring some materials like posters and banners, like especially like Boroko is on top. We'll try to put some banners outside the Brian Bell to attract the customer that there is pass the information that something is happening for the promotional period in a Boroko store.
okay, that's for the shop. And then for staffing, plan for additional manpower if it's needed at Boroko. But currently, by looking at the size of the shop, that won't be necessary. But in case we need manpower, additional manpower, then we'll have to plan for that. And well plan for the breaks for the staff during that period. Ensure peak periods staffs are on the floor. So our peak period at Boroko, it's about it's on 11, 12, going down to 1 and 2. Those are the peak periods. So we ensure that staffs are there available and they are not out for break during that peak period.
Just adding on the staffing, like maybe Robert has missed out. See, this is one of very important aspects. Like there will be 40 to 50% increase in the flow. So size of Boroko, what we will do, we will just keep one additional team member for support in the period of time, and we will plan the breaks. Like we are all human beings, we will have tea breaks that for the team member to be taken on timely manner. So they are ready during the busy period. Which for Boroko, the busy period are from 11 to maximum 2. So that particular time there won't be the lunch hour, and after that they will proceed with the lunch, and we will ensure that during the peak period of the time that all our team members are fully on the ground and on the floor to support.
Okay, that's for the staffing. And then stock. Yeah, ensure there is right level of inventory is available in right selling ratio, same in the bulk. This refers not to any other, mostly will be the promotional items, the promotional items that are on promotion. So we make sure that we have the enough stock there on display and also in the backup. And it must be, refilling must be on timely manners. Okay, down to security, increase security in the shop, avoid stock at fitting rooms, limit customer access if the shop is getting, because it's not that big, we need to control customers during promotional time. Because if all come in, then it's too small and it cannot cater for every customer during that period. And random verification of customer shopping, and CCTV is working. Service, speed service by station team members in respective department to take out sizes and fulfill the customer's needs. Because of the size of the shop, the service of team members going around and that, it wouldn't be necessary in there. So they have to be stationed in their department and just save customers from that end. Keep maintaining the section and making sure our cashier's counter is well planned and organized. Additional change float, change shopping bags, all at-force machines are functionable. This include thermorolls, everything necessary, even if there is we need to have enough manual sale book in case during peak period the system, because mostly at Voroko, when it comes to Friday, Saturdays, the network is a bit challenging there. So mostly during those times, we normally do manual sale, and when the network pick up, we do the system sale as well. And that's it. Thank you.
So one aspect we normally missed out in all the location is the most important is the refilling on a timely manner. Like we have a habit of doing the refilling in the middle of the day or end of the day. So refilling needs to be happening on a timely manner every hourly basis when the things are selling. That's the whole reason we are keeping here a station team member, like we will give a section during the promotion, station the team members in the section, because the shop will be really busy. We won't be able to fulfill each and every customer's need when we're going to move around. So what we are planning to do, we will station them, so they will be there, they will take out the size and give it to the customer, and at the same timely manner, they will refill the section as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Team, any feedbacks on your plan? So see what's required when you handle a normal day and what we need to do when there is something exceptional happening which is going to drive our customer footfall up or push our numbers. You know? So it's again those 5 things that we have talked about. This is a good representation of the process. It's a flow of things. You know? So when you plan, you can plan in a manner where you find it easy to visualize what's happening and what is going to change when a business scenario changes. Yeah? So most of the important planning covered. Some of the important aspects, restocking, which Ashish covered. When are we going to do restocking? And who is going to do restocking? You know? Before that is staffing. You know, we have talked about building your staffs. Right? We have said we are getting 15, we are going to get 19. You know? So 4 would be casuals. What are those casuals going to do? Who is going to induct those casuals onto their day-to-day responsibilities? So if you will not do that, if you will not ask that question, okay, I'm going to get that 4 and another 4, and in the peak shift you have got additional 8 staff, what are that 8 going to do? What is their plan? Then if that's not planned, then what would happen? That 8 staff would be there, but not adding the value which they are intended to add. Or you may only require 6 when you plan for the day. You know? So, you know, in your normal period also, when your split shift happens, when both shift is there, you have your maximum 18 staff. What are you going to do in that period? What's your plan for that particular period? So as I've said, planning requires attention to detail. Okay? If you will not plan that, okay, in this period, say from 11 to 2:30 or 11 to 4, you have got 16 plus 16, 32 staff, suppose 2 are absent, 30, and not that period what additional you can do or what your target is, that additional 15 will just run through. And your shop readiness would still not be aligned, your stocking would still not be done, your change room would still not be cleaned, you know. But if you plan that this period I'm getting maximum staff, and this is what I would be focusing on and using my additional staff to clear. That's resource scheduling, and that ensuring we are getting value from that resource. And that's what management function is. And the question to us is, are we doing? Do we know in this period when we have our maximum team what we want to achieve in that period, where our focus would be, what work we have? You know? So that's staffing. Then we have talked about stocking. When are we going to do that stocking? Who is responsible for filling that shop up? You know? What are we going to do when you close? Are we going to fill the stock, get the shop ready for the next day, or are we going to come and do in the morning? What's our plan? And that is what you'll communicate to your team members. A clear plan which your team members would know. Huh? POS. How are we going to handle POS? Are we going to let the POS run as per the normal day? Or are we going to say, all Maingani, normal day, 2 POS running, cashiers are handling both cashiering and packing, 50% increase in transaction, all 3 POS running, all 3 cashiers would have a packer. And who is going to be the packer? So that they know when they come in the morning and what time the packers would go in. Do the packers from 9 o'clock go in at the cashier, or they go in at 11 o'clock? Or do you say, we'll let the packers know when you need to go to the cashier counter? What's your plan? And that's communicated to the staff. That's communicated to the people who has been scheduled to go to the cashier counters and do packing. You know, to speed up the flow of the transaction, to push transactions faster. Cash pickup for Wangani. You know, if you have got, at what time do you review, do you need to do a special cash pickup for that particular day? We all understand the risk of holding additional cash on risky sites. You know? So when do we plan that? So do we say at 3 o'clock we look at our sale, and if there is high cash being collected, we'll do a special pickup for cash and store it at security overnight. It's a variant, it's going to change, it's not normal. Yeah? Or if the day the transaction is mostly card, then you'll say, no, we'll not make that. You know? But at what time are you going to? So between the management team, when you plan, you have a time that 3 o'clock, Deborah is being delegated to check the POS collections and make a call whether we are going to do special cash pickup. You know? So team, if you look at it, the management role seems very simple. But when you look at it in reality, there's a lot of effort that's required. There's a lot of responsibility on us. This is where our time should be going. If you ask our honest question, where our time is currently going, you know, where our time is currently going, and where our time should be. You know, so if I'll cover this up, and then I'll probably summarize. Lunch planning, you know, we have covered that. It's a busy period. It's not going to be normal lunch schedules, you know. But we don't know how the day would go. If the day transaction starts to get slower at 2 o'clock, and if you have planned to give breaks from 3, do you wait to 3, or from 2, do you reschedule? Do you start sending staffs on break? You know? So your communication to the staff would be that we will be scheduling no lunch from 11 to 3 o'clock, but if it's not busy, we'll review the situation and then we'll start to schedule breaks. That's communicated to the team members. You know? But if you just say lunch from 3 o'clock, and all of a sudden from 2 you start to send them on lunch, what they would do? They would be surprised of what's happening. Would they be able to predict your management? No. You know? When to brief the promotion? VC covered that. Right? So when, you know, promotion is starting from Friday, when we'll brief them on which particular day in the huddle you'll cover about this promotion, the details of the promotion, and then when are we going to give reminders? Sunday, if you are a management staff, you are rostered to a day off on Sunday, and then all of this promotion comes in. Do you replan and come to work on Sunday, or do you continue with your normal roistering day off on Sunday? Yeah, so that goes in planning, right? That goes in planning. That would come in. No manager mentioned that we'll review our roistering, and if we are day off on Sunday, we'll come and work on Sunday. It starts from the top. The planning doesn't start from our level, from down. It starts from our level down. What we are going to do. Shops like VC, Wangani, and Waterfront, Sunday is their second best day or third best day. If you are owner of that shop, how would you look at Sunday? And how do you see your presence on Sunday? Would you leave your shop to be run by your CSM? Would you leave your shops to be run by trainee CSMs? Or do you see yourself being there on Sunday to run the shop? Or one of the experienced retail manager or experienced CSM to run the shop on that particular day? You knowing that that's your second best or third best day. That customers, you're not going to get on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. You missed the opportunity to give your best on that day. You missed an opportunity to get the best results for your shop. Manual cash sales book, thermal roll, X, when do you review and stock that up? Do you leave it to the last minute? Or do you, as soon as you get details of the promotion, do you say, okay, these are the administration that I want to clear it out? If the promotion starts on Friday, I want all these things to be stocked up on Wednesday. That's specific planning, because from Thursday, you would want to concentrate more on the value addition aspect of it, then worry about these routine administrative functions. Right? Security, when do you want to organize that and out of the way? If you know you have to build up security, do you start to work on that on Wednesday? Or you have already done that and you know that's ticked off on Wednesday, security is organized, communicated. We just do a follow-up on Thursday to ensure additional security is coming on Friday. So when do we handle that task? If we lead everything to be done on the last moment, we are stressed up. There's a lot of things to be done. Some mundane routine tasks, some value-added tasks. And that's when we start compromising. That's when we just start to do things and get it out like a task. Our role requires forward thinking. This is going to happen. This we can do it now and close it off. This, from this point in time, we want to just focus on this particular aspect of it. So team, if you look at, these are the things that we control. And you look at, if you branch it out, what are the touch points of everything of these 5 areas which we have covered in that and which we have discussed. And those touch points on a normal day and those touch points on a promotional day when it's busy. What is going to vary? This is easy. The difficult scheduling happens with stock. When it's promotion, you will be expected to sell 50% more. That means you expect to receive that much more stocks and display that much stocks more on the shelf. Right? So there's additional effort. To do that, you need additional resourcing. If you're running 12 staff per shift on a normal day, and on a day you expect to do 50% more, if you are saying you'll be able to handle with the same staff, then we'll have to go back and look at our manpower planning on a normal day. We should be planned for normal day, and when this kind of things happen, exceptionally increase, we should be able to say, okay, what's additional resources we need to build in to be able to successfully stock the shop, work on shop readiness, and deliver the service without compromise. And the resource that we vary is this. And then we ensure we get the value out of the additional resource. So team, if you draw, every one of us have this. That's our 8 hours or 10 hours or that you want to put in. Right? We have got 8 hours, so 7.5 for here, right? Ashish? 7.5? What's our daily work hours? Come on. Okay, I'll put managers is 9. After lunch or 8? Okay, I'll put 9 for example, right? You have 9 hours here. What you want to do in that 9 hours requires a lot of planning and understanding of this, your core responsibilities. So the question is, are we just coming in and getting the day go by, or are we actually focusing on this, looking at the touch point and saying where I want to put these 9 hours? Yeah? And when you draw that, you'll find out that your 9 hours, you are putting 1/3 of time you're planning, you are putting 1/3 your time with aligning with your staff in terms of execution, and you are putting 1/3 of your time in terms of monitoring how things are going. You know, that's critical. Clear? All of you getting? All of you understanding where our focus would be? So it requires shift. Right? If tomorrow if you go and start to do the same what you have been doing, we have not achieved anything from here. When you go out of this room today, we should go with a clear objective of what we are going to change in our management approaches to spend the required time on planning, to run our operations in a structured manner, and end of the day, achieve what we intend to achieve. Deliver what we intend to deliver. There's a purpose. You just don't open your shop and close your shop and say we have done this much of sales. You exactly know how that sales has been achieved. That's the end result. And you'll exactly know tomorrow what you can change to do better. You'll exactly know if tomorrow has got a different challenge, how you're going to deal with that challenge. And that's expected from us by our team. That's why we are given that title. Okay, team, so that's there. I'll need a duster to. So how many of you would say those things are important? We say those things are very important? You know?
Other side of the island, working from basically a isolated location. I know marketing is basically on their side of things, their responsibility, but I feel it should be a checklist for us managers as well, the retail managers. For example, in this scenario, if you're running promotional if you're running a special promotion that is on from Friday to Sunday, like we are well aware that this promotion is going to be running. But as of now, I suppose we are in a situation where, okay, we as a retail managers, we know this promotion is running. Like all of the presentations you see, you are basically preparing your shops for it. But you need to see that one aspect that we are missing here is how are we creating this awareness amongst our customers that there is a craze sale or there is a promotion running on from Friday to Saturday, which we are preparing for. So one aspect which I feel that should be a part of also our checklist is the marketing. If you are receiving the flyers on time, like marketing team based in Fiji, they must be ordering the flyers, ensuring the flyers are delivered to the location. But is the flyers delivered to the location? Is it the flyer just sitting at the location, or someone is basically gone out, received the flyers and started distributing it to the respective areas or nearby areas? Has it started happening on Friday, has it started happening on Thursday, or should have been started on Monday? So how we are preparing, I know we have got a list of things how we have prepared our shop, but we also need to encounter something, how well our creating this awareness amongst our community, amongst our society, amongst our towns and cities, that yeah, this promotion is going on, and this should be something part of our manager's checklist as well. in terms of marketing and advertising, like our window display, our banners, stickers posted on the windows and the glasses. So this is the area which I said should be part of.
Yeah, important point. I mean, it's when you have got an event, there's event being decided strategically from product marketing operations. Then there's back-end execution of the events in terms of creating awareness. And there's an event execution awareness that's part of the respective shops that activates. Okay, we'll start to talk any customers that coming in on Monday, we start to talk to them about the promotion that's going to happen this weekend and ask them to come back again. You know? So we'll have a ground marketing to go around into the key areas of our target market and start to talk about the promotions. You know? Those things would start, the ground marketing would kick on. We'll try to see what we can do in store, apart from the guidelines that's given, to improve the awareness of that particular promotion, you know, through shop visuals, how we can align it. That's with us. What else creativity we can add on? I mean, when I came in on that day, we released Coconut Specific. You know, I've discussed with these people. I went to shops. I didn't any feeling of we released something new, and I had no person in the shop talking that today we have got something new in the shop. It was just another product being displayed, but it was not. It was a new brand, well thought, well executed for a particular objective. And without any guideline, just knowing that this is new product, we could have tidied up our shop visuals to give that feel that there's something new in that shop. And that definitely plays a psychological impact on the customers. Every customers we have talked about, who are looking at that product, decided to buy that product. You know? Either for designs, either for fabrics. But how do we create that feel that there's something different in the shop today? You know? So that comes in, that becomes critical. Tim, just getting to our day-to-day, whatever things we encounter, we have looked at the 5S that we control. We have looked at the touch points of that 5S and where our time as management should be going is in our hands. We, on day-to-day basis, we face with this. Things which are urgent and things which are important. There's two things that comes in. Everything that we do and everything that's on our table, we can always ask that question, is it urgent and is it important? You know? And that's when you start to control your time. So if thing X is there, and if you'll ask if it is important, and if the answer is no, and if you'll ask if it is urgent, if your answer is no, so are you going to put your time to something which is not urgent and not important? Are you going to put your time to something which is not urgent and not important, or not important and not urgent? No? Right? No, right? So this is 0% of your time should go into things which is not urgent and not important. And if you are putting in, that means you are putting your time to distraction. This is not working. So we call this distraction. We need to be aware of the distractors. Things which is not important and not urgent, but would end up taking our time. So if you'll ask that question, and if something is not urgent, not important, you're still doing it, that means you are getting distracted. You know? So you need to avoid distraction. Distraction should take 0% of time. Now if something is not important but urgent, is not important when you know it's not important, but is urgent, are you going to put your time to that? Yes? How many of you say yes? Let's see, let's do a poll. Be honest. I mean, if you feel something is not important and urgent, it happens. It's not important, but it's urgent. How many of you will do that? It's just urgent. Someone wants it to be done. Be honest. I mean, how many of you will do it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 people would work on something which is not urgent and not important. Sorry, urgent but not important. So team, why would you do something which is not important? See, that's where most of us end up putting our time into things which doesn't give value. It's just we do it because someone wants it to be done. I give you an example of this. Shamim, I was with him on Wednesday. He just keeps on getting calls. He'll look at it, he'll know the call is not important because it's coming from a team member who he shouldn't be worried about. They should go to their department head. So he is looking at it. It's not important for him, but he is still taking the call because he feels he's agent. But why he is doing something which is not important? Why do we put in time to something which is not adding value? If you don't ask, this ends up taking our time. And this we call fires. It's fires. It's just fire without any value attached to it. You know? So this fire should also have 0% of your time. In management, you should avoid distractions. You should avoid fires. Personally, I carry substantial load. I look after the whole operations here. I look after major group sections back in Fiji, and I'm also involved in all the subsidiary companies. But I'm never stressed with work because I keep my distractions and fire out. Just now, I replied to an email, and I said why I'm copied in this email. Because that email for me was not important and was not urgent. And I'm trying to keep the distraction out of way. Even though it's coming in my mailbox, I look at it and I say it's not important, but it's coming in my mailbox. It's making my mailbox looks busy. You know? So if I'll take away the distractions out, my house would look more cleaner. I think this matrix, if you understand, you will be putting time to those things which is important for us. Now, we have got a next segment. So you know your distractions, you know your fire. Sometimes these two takes up our time, and we are not able to put time to what is more important, which is this. You know? And if you are not mindful, there's a lot of not agent and not important, or agent but not important things, especially fires, because someone just wants it to be done. Something just needs to be done, and we don't ask whether it's important. We end up doing this, and it takes our time. And if you are not careful, it can take 8 hours of our time, whatever time we have. And then we'll struggle to do what is important and urgent. Right? So if something is urgent and something is important, would you do that? Something is urgent and important. It's important, right? It's adding value and it's urgent. What we are talking about today, planning for a promotion. It's important because this promotion is going to give us 50% additional sales, and it's urgent because it's going to happen in the same week. It takes agencies. We call these things business as usual, BAUs. That's your business as usual. You know? Knowing your 5S, allocating your time to what's happening in that 5S, reflecting every touch points and seeing how well you are equipped and getting hold of that 5S that we have talked about. That's your business as usual. Your 80% of the time should be going in business as usual. See, these two segments is different for executive managers and line managers, right? So when you talk about retail managers, your line managers, operating managers, you will be putting your 80% of your time in business as usual factors, which is that, right? Your day-to-day. The 5 cores you are responsible for. How well you are planned, how well you are equipped, how well you are executing it. Are you executing as per plan? That's your day-to-day. 80% of your time is there, business as usual. Then we have got something important but not urgent. Something that needs to be done is important but not urgent. It doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be done now. Right? It can be done. But it is important, so it needs to be done. Right? What you call those kind of things? See, those things it's like staff training. It may not be important today, but we need to work on our staff training. Right? If you don't do, then you don't develop your team. Those things are very important priorities. Your VIPs. If you don't do your VIPs, you don't progress. You just keep running your machine as it is. You don't change things. You don't try things different. So those are important things, but not necessarily it needs to be done today. But you need to allocate a time to work on that. Coaching. Coaching is never agent. Mentoring is never agent. You do those things on a plain manner. But it's important, because if you don't do that, there's no developments, there's no guidance, there's no sort of succession happening for your team. Those are your VIPs. Those are your very important priorities. So as leaders, as business owners, we need to know what our VIPs are. And we need to reflect back and say, are we working on our VIPs? Because that's building your team up for the future. That's investment in your team. Right? So you should know your BAUs, business as usual, for retail managers, operations managers down. That's your BAUs, what we have talked about. And your BAUs varies in different situations. You have a normal day period BAU, and you have a occasional seasonal BAUs, when you have a busy period BAUs. You also have a BAU for slow periods, right? February is generally our slow periods. Your BAU would be very different. You would be prioritizing leaves, you will be clearing your staff's annual leaves and scheduling that out, so that in your slow periods you have cleared that out, majority of it. Right? So you have a BAU for your normal period, you have a BAU for your slow period, and you have a BAU for your peak periods. Right? And then your VIPs. Those very important priorities that you need to reflect on. When did you do a coaching session with your team? When did you do the PMS for your team and to give feedback on their performances? You know? So those are your VIPs. It needs to be done. It's the important things, but not necessarily it needs to be done today. You know? And as retail managers, line managers, operations managers, 20% of our time should be going to VIPs. Very important priorities. It's a bit different for the executive managers. It's just flip. Executive managers would be putting 60% of time in your VIPs, which I'm doing now. This is my VIP, right? If I don't do these kind of sessions, then I'm not upskilling the team, giving them a vision, giving them a path of how we should operate, guiding where our time should be going. So what I'm doing today is my VIP. It's very important priority. You know? It could have been even done a week later. It could have even been done a week back or 2 weeks back. It was not urgent. But we need to do it to get the team together, to show the team the direction, to show the team where we need to put our effort to. You know? So in executive management is always 60-40. 60% of your effort should go into your VIPs, 40% on your business as usual. No fires, no destruction. Fires, destruction doesn't come into management role. But if you are not able to achieve what's expected, you always get a report that you are not, there's something that's not being looked at. Something here would be taking your time, which is not allowing you to focus on your BAUs and VIPs. So team, every day if something is there and you ask, is it important? It is urgent. If it's important, it's urgent, you do it. That's your BAU. If it's important but not urgent, you plan for it. Because it's important, it's going to add value. You know? But if something is not urgent and not important, don't do it. It's your distraction. And if something is urgent and not important, again, don't do it. It's a fire. So in management, we always say, don't let your distraction and fires take away your time. Get hold of your time. The time is in your control. No one else has the control of your time. You should know your BAUs and you should know your VIPs, and should put your time in your BAUs and VIPs as per your roles requirement. Very important concept, team. I'll not go further onto it. I'll not confuse you up. If you understand these metrics, every minute of your time would be effective. You'll give in 8 hours, you'll give in effective 8 hours. And then you'll find that your results are consistent, your deliverables are consistent, you are always able to meet what's expected out of you. Your team is always able to deliver what's expected out of you, because you are putting your time at the right place, and your team is then being guided and putting their time in the right place. They don't end up doing things which they shouldn't be doing. You know? They focus what matters most. So team, I'll stop there. If you have any questions, you can ask. It's a very important metrics to understand. And if you can avoid fires and distraction and put your time into BAUs and VIPs, as I've said, you run a very consistent, successful operation. And before coming to this metrics, I wanted to explain what our BAUs are. And VIPs are the value-added tasks: training, coaching, mentoring, PMS. Okay, team. If you have any questions, you can ask. 7 minutes left. I'll let you to think and digest it.
I'm just smiling because somehow we are getting some urgent. This is really happening in our day-to-day operation, and somehow we are all confused on that urgent. And thank you for this information because it will clear everything that we have a doubt. And somehow we are given the task in urgently manner, but it is not important. What we do is the initial reaction that we have, it's because it's urgent. We need to action it, right? And now we are clear, if it is urgent but it's not important, that's the best lesson that I have on this particular training that we have. And somehow they will give us some instruction, urgent instruction. The initial reaction is we will act on it because we will heard the word urgent, urgency. I think the urgency is coming inside us as a leaders because the leaders have that initiative of urgency. That thing, I guess, in myself, I have reflected that's need to be really developed. It's not necessary it is urgent, you need to action it now. Then maybe if it is important, then yes. So that's why I'm smiling now. That's the lesson that I have learned on this urgency.
See, team, leadership, an important aspect of leadership is patience. So when you're in leadership role, you need to develop patience. If you don't have patience, you'll start to give agency to a lot of things which is not important. And you'll start to put that agency of not important things to your team. That's very critical. If something happens, instantly you want to act onto it. But leadership requires that patience to step back and say, do I act, do I react? What's the value behind it? What I'm going to gain out of it? That's the real test of leadership. Patience. I mean, if you go and do readings, you'll find every successful leader has one important factor, which was patience. And that patience that requires us to ensure we are putting our time in the right place. So always, if you get something, you reflect back and ask. And if you don't have the right confidence, then you'll end up putting in your time with someone else's wrong agency. But as I say, you control your time. So you should be able to reflect and say, yeah, it's urgent, but what's the importance, what's the value? And you should be able to, in the right manner, reply, saying, sorry, while I understand it's urgent, but it's not important. There's no associated value, unless I'm missing something. There's no harm in asking when you feel something is not important. Because for you, most important thing is that, what we have discussed as retail managers, your BAUs, and your VIPs, which we know. And you should be putting your time, at least 80% of your time to your VAUs, and 20% of your time to VIPs. And if you can put fires and distraction away, your work-life balance would always be looked after. Your family would not complain you're not giving them time, because sometimes your family time is taken away by fires and distractions. And you also get distractors, people who know how to distract you. You should also know how to deal with them. Okay, team, thank you. Digest it. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Sometimes I feel I'm in an old field. I'll not teach you now. I'm creating a thought process. You may go and find out about it. In the next session, I'll touch on prioritization metrics. At this stage, for the next 6 months, next 3 months till our next session, training session of the planning session that we have in October, I would like for us to understand our 4 responsibilities, the 4 areas that we look at, the touch points, and how we can ensure that we are putting most of our time in BAUs and VIPs. We are removing the fires and the disruptions. And then in the October session, I'll touch on prioritization. When your priorities, your key BAUs conflict, how you prioritize where you're going to put your time. And that's prioritization metrics. And that will formulate when you know you are running your day. No one else is running your day. You run your day. You are putting your time to your BAUs and VIPs. You are putting your time to your BAUs and VIPs. And within your BAUs, you are putting your time to those BAUs which has got high value. And within the timeline. Okay, team. Thank you. I don't want to confuse you again. I'll have to stop speaking. Okay, right on 12:30. If no questions, we'll break for lunch.
Okay, good afternoon all. Welcome back from the lunch. So we will just have, before we start the most important topic, which is we do in, day out in our operation, visual merchandising. Dixon, can you just check outer station joined already? While outer station is joining, can we all rise up? Timothy, please, I need your support. Timo. Any volunteer? Use your magic which you've been practicing in Morocco recently. Huh? Start anything you want to do, just to active the team, energize the team.
Energize the team. Okay.
Robert, I thought you'll apply the leading before the session and tell us this is my distractors are going back. This is critical thing. I'll be serious about management. See, without knowing, Robert being pulled and asked to do something. That's his distractors. And we need to have confidence to say, sorry, there is no discussion with me to execute this. Please allow me time. I'll prep and come forward. It has to be a planned thing. We run of over 50 million kilo per annum. So we need to have that confidence. That's what I applied. Right? So if you are not able to apply your learning, you will just continue going on that basis. I'm giving you confidence to apply our learnings. Otherwise, you will be just your bias and distraction will keep on taking your time. You will not be able to focus.
Okay, let's do, just like he said, right? If I say one, one. If I say two, two. Three, and team, zero. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Right. One. Right. Two. Right. Three. Team.
Again, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, today my presentation is one of the very important topic which we normally practice in the location, which is visual merchandising. So when we talk about visual merchandising, what comes in our mind? What is visual merchandising? Why visual merchandising is important? So basically, if you look at this area, this is an open area. So when we start doing any planning or any merchandising, we need to have a plan. We know that first thing we need to look after is our shop fixtures, the fixtures which we carry, and fixtures are for which particular product. So we look into the wall profiling first, because we need to lay out the wall, and then we have table display, and then we have normal H units and T units and 4-way racks which we keep on playing with it. So those are our fixtures. So before we go into the more detail in terms of how we're going to display things on our units, I want we divide the groups. We need to understand why VM is important and what are the 6 aspects we as a store managers needs to look into the VM. Right, so one group will present, we'll just take 10 minutes of yours. Why visual merchandising is important for each location. And which are the 6 key things which we need to do to maintain our visual merchandising standard in the location. So this group can do why VM is important, and the second group can present the 6 keys of visual merchandising. So time starts now. Team, please, this is a daily thing which we are doing. Don't search in the chat GPT. Can you all bring your phone in the front, please? If you are using chat GPT for this main element of our operation,
presentation of the show. VM matrix.
It shows the shop appearance. It shows the presentation of the particular hotel, and it gives that view hotel customer, drive customer to that particular product. Drives customer.
Minutes left.
It makes it more easier and convenient for a customer to shop with and gives a good experience. It makes it easier and convenient for customers to have a good experience while shopping. And good VM does that because things are size-wise, they are better presented. So a good VM, and it's much easier if you merchandise well, like in a good eye for them to reach.
It makes
Makes it easier and more convenient for a customer to shop easier and have a better experience, shopping experience. It makes it more easy and convenient for a customer to have a better shopping experience.
easier and more
Convenient.
and convenient.
Three minutes left.
Convenient.
One last minute left. One more minute, team. Time's up, team. So we have group 1 to do the first presentation. Done? Time's up. It's okay, team. Whichever points is there, just leave it there. Time is up already.
Okay. For my team is why VM is important. Why VM is important, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 points.
So first point is it gives a better shop presentation. A good VM, if you merchandise properly, it gives a shop look presentable. When we have customers coming in, like they like to be in the shop when it's properly merchandised. Like, for example, the difference if you walk into our shop, it's quite different from if you walk into a second-hand. If you walk into a second-hand, like you look for space, you look for things, it's very congested, and like you struggle to look. But for example, in our JEX, JOP, VM is one important thing where we make it easier, presentable for customers. So when they work, it sort of like gets the customers to return again in one way. They come, they have that experience, they like the shop, they like the ambience, it makes them to come back again. So we sort of like maintain our standard with good VM. So that's for our first point. Second, I'll let Daniel elaborate.
Thank you. It drives customers. Meaning if we have like new lines or new items, we display them so that it creates this vibe. So when the customer sees that we have like new stocks in place, they will come in and buy, I think.
All right, I will just add on what Daniel has said. It drives customers. So when you have new items coming in, new lines, so your VM is very important. Like what Avi said, if new Coconuts Pacific, we display it in a way and more attractive, then it can definitely drives customer. All right. So also number third point, it makes more easier and convenient for good customer experience. So if we make our display merchant VM looks nice and in size wise and everything is in order, maybe if a customer come in and there's no staff, so maybe some staffs are busy, the display or the merchandising is self-serving. All the sizes is there and presentable. Thank you. I think Romelda will highlight the last part. Thank you.
Okay, the last one is segregating category-wise. Okay, in other supermarket or other shops that you go around, you won't see that they have that segregate of the category. So when you come to JEX, we have that category that applies in our VM. So when we do VM, it comes under the category, and it also shows that we have the standard there.
Okay, I will just add on what Romelda has said, like segregate, so we have accessories, we have to segregate accessories, and then we have to segregate, so in each categories. Customers go in, like example, we have socks, caps, and everything, all the accessories what they want, and then they can also move on the other categories as well to make customers' life easier and like what I advised earlier, more convenient. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Anybody like to contribute anymore? Why VM is important? See, the main spec of VM is why we are doing visual merchandising in the store. The most important thing why we are doing visual merchandising in the store and to maintain is attract customers. Right or wrong?
Why VM is important from my end of, from my side. how I understand VM is important. VM is important in retail because, nowadays, when you look at it, most customers don't like talking too much. So from my end of understanding, VM is the story that can tell to people that, if not from when they are coming in, but it's a connection from outside. The connection that will bring them in the shop, not the connection that will make them walk past, but the attraction which the team have mentioned, it can start from outside, maybe from the car park. The display outside can tell the story that this particular item is new in the shop. Before the team members go and tell the story, the display itself is already telling the story from outside. Thank you.
So VM plays a very important tool in our operations. Like it's help us to increase the sale, it give a best customer service experience. Like we are in the field of where we play with sizes. So in day-to-day basis, we need to ensure we check the sizes availabilities are there. And if those things have been very well maintained, then only we can increase on the sales. Further, we'll go more why the VM is important. We give a second group to do their presentation, why the 6 keys of the VM.
Good afternoon, team. Yeah. This visual merchandising presentation that we have is all about preparing the shop. Okay. I just have one question. How many types of customer service we have? Direct and indirect customer service. And now my question is, the second question is, where visual merchandising falls in? Where visual merchandising falls in? Are we indirect or we are direct customer service when we are doing indirect? So we are in line of that. All right. In that case, visual merchandising is very important also because it's include in indirect communication, but we are connected with the customers. We need to understand the importance of visual merchandising. And we are asked about 6 elements of visual merchandising. We agreed that the shop layout should be there, the product, because we cannot display without the product, right? And after we receive the product, the sizing, color ratio, and ironing segregation, how we display them, and the proper quantity on the H unit and in the walls. And one more thing is the price point, but unfortunately the 6, because we run out of time, then we will discuss about it. And our team will add on that.
Okay, the shop layout, why we put shop layout? Shop layout is one of the key things in everywhere you go and every shop you will visit. Because there is the key thing which, before you do set up a shop, you have to understand the layout of the shop, that how you will run, how you will do the setup for that particular location, because not every shop has the same layout. There's different shops have different layouts. And the products. When we are receiving the products, there's different products we are receiving, and we have different season. We have season 1, we have season 2, and we also have season 3. And in those 3 seasons, the products we are receiving are not same. Core lines are same, but fashion lines are not same, and they come in limited. So sizing and color ratio and ironing are the key things which, not only that, but apart from there, we also have taggings. And we ensure the right angles are used and right fixtures are used. And the quantities that we are receiving. Product we are receiving, sizings, color ratio, and ironings, taggings are all complete. But put that particular product on display, we have to also look at the quantity we are receiving. If that quantity can fit in that H unit, because H unit, T-Rex, and the wall, they will need the full range to go on the display. At the end of everything, we ensure that correct pricings are put on those particular tables and H unit.
Yes, Tim, we've listed 5 here, but just going through it as Baggy has highlighted, I came across this word here, visual. So maybe the 6th one is the light. Because without visual, then it's no use here if we cannot see. So I think it's light here, the 6th one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim. See, our first key is our window display. Like early morning we are coming and we need to ensure that we always attractive window and which particular product we are displaying in the window and promoting it. Because there are some shops we have exchange of customers and there are many shops we are based on the same regular customers. So when we maintain our window and we keep on refreshing our window, it keep on passing the information that what new has came in the location. Like what we are experience in the location, like most of us, we always do the window change on every Monday, and it takes a week. Like our usual needs to be, we change on Monday, and then we can refresh on Thursday for the weekend customers. So window is our first priority, and now we are, while the team 2 has mentioned the layout, our shop layout is very important. We need to know and we need to understand how we are layouting the shop and what are the keys when we do the layout. Like current layout in Waigani and Vision, and which we have aligned in other outer station as well, that we are going by, not by the brands, we are going by the products. So we need to create a layout in a way where a customer is buying a tea, like definitely a customer will always buy the tops. So our fast selling products is always a top and then is a short. So it needs to be in price point. We can the top and then in closer buy, we can mix up with the shorts. So it needs to be like a mix and match concept. See, we need to create a layout in a way like self-service concept. So self-service concept is certain times when the team members are not there, a customer can self-service. You have seen like sometimes customers are looking for the size. So it needs to be set up in the order. So our layout plays a very important role in the shop. So sometimes when we go in the shop, the layouts are there, but the cartons are lying down on the floor, so which distract the customer experience. Right? So we need to know our product, we need to know our shop, and based on your shop, your customer's requirement, like every store have a different requirement. So based on your store requirement and based on your customer requirement, for example, if I go in Boroko, I cannot put size 38 more there, size 36 more. I will put size 30, size 32, size 34 more. Size medium and size large more in the Boroko. When I go to Vision City, I will put more bigger sizes because we have more of Highlanders customers are coming. So we need to understand our nature of our customers in our location, and same thing applies in our outer station. Because in Leh, in Medang, people are more slim. When you go to Hagen, people are bit huge. So we need to know our customer profile, and based on that, we lay out our store that which particular product will sell. Like for Vision City, the first product when customer will enter, what they will buy. It's a basic 24 kina t-shirt or 39 kina t-shirt. Right? So based on that, we need to lay out our each and every location. And the most important thing is product segregation and how we present the products in the location. Robert has mentioned lighting is very important. We need to, in daily basis, we need to check this all lights are functional in the location. And the most important, which we normally missed out every day in operation, which is very important, is our price ticketing and our price, the branding signages. Okay, those things are important, and those 6 aspects are very key aspects which can be done in the every day once we are doing the manager's checklist. So everything needs to start from the window, because window is the main attraction which bring customers in. Apart from Wegani, like we have smaller, but most of our location we have a window which can drive the customers. And in the window display, the product needs to be based on the season. It's not that in Hagen we are going through the cold and we putting in the window the vest, right? And when we having maybe graduation, we need to promote graduation product to attract the customers, right? When we are in Christmas, which particular product people will buy? More floral, outgoing products, outings products. Independence, souvenirs. So based on the nature of the season, we need to highlight the products in the window. Dixon. So as a visual merchandiser, these are some of the things which I think is very, very important. Drive sales revenue, guiding customers through the store, its influence, purchasing decision, buying importance of VM. So that's a comment from Sylvia from Medeng. Okay, as a visual merchandiser, we are responsible for internal and external display to attract customers what we offer in the shop. As a VM, we need to have an advanced planning and brainstorming. So what is advanced planning? See, before we do any changes in the location, like we need to brainstorm, we need to plan that what we're going to do and how we're going to do and what needs to go in which area of the display. It's not that, like for example, this is a wall and I'm here with 20 different lines and I'm not too sure that what needs to go in this arm, what needs to go in rail, what needs to go in this particular wall, what needs to go in this particular wall. So before we're doing any changes, brainstorming with the team is very, very important, and we need to come as a team, as a plan that everybody in the team needs to know what will be there in that particular wall or that particular unit. If that particular unit is for Bula, for product 1, the product 1 needs to go there. It's not that I will put product 1, Timothy will come and put product 2. Everybody in the team needs to understand. Right, so the brainstorming and advanced planning we want to promote in the store. The best way to maintain, and we need to ensure we follow the VM manual, which each one of you have in the store. So very critical things like most of us, we are not following, like we are giving it to the managers that VM manual needs to be simplified in a section which a manager can do, that what important keys our salesperson need to look after. So if everybody start maintaining their department and everybody knows what needs to be done and how it needs to be done, it makes life easy for each one of us. VM is very important task for each shop. Is represent the brand of the shop. And if it's not been done in a proper way, maintained or proper way in daily basis, then it gives impact in our sales. If we are not maintaining the VM in the location in the right order, it impacts our brand. And if at times when you go in the location, you can see the batch is fully packed up, but when you go in detail, you find it out there's a lot of selling sizes are missing. Right? Just keeping the store in a right environment and keeping the stock there, but we need to ensure that we have a right ratio and right sizes in the order. See, if we maintain VM in the location, it will keep on making our brand recognized and keep on growing our brand. It drives sales by highlighting products such as outfit, merchandising, dialing influence, purchasing decision, which Sylvia has mentioned. Display, educate customers. You know, the way you display, which I mentioned earlier, it's educate the customers, new fashion, and the benefit of the product. Right, like benefits of the product, like now we have a coconut specific. Like if we, the reason why we are keep on highlighting that it needs to be displayed in the family concept, because customer, by the look of it, it will make a customer make a decision. He can buy for himself, the family as well. So that's the whole reason. And then the fabric benefits. Right, so those are some of the things. Our operational, I already touched on that, is purely based on the size. So as our managers, we need to ensure when we're having our daily checks, we need to check each and every units. Right? We need to run the size run every day, which needs during the daily managers checklist practice that sizes availabilities are there. If sizes availabilities are not there, we know what is the action plan. We need to arrange it and fix it immediately, because if the sizes are not there, we lose sales. Regular walkthrough. When we say regular walkthrough, when we're having our shop walkthrough, what are the things we are observing? What are the checks we are doing? Like, for example, eye to detail. What does eye to detail means? Anybody like to give a try what eye to detail means? Timo, you want to give a try?
Eye to detail simply means when you like walk through your shop, you just pick up what things needs to be done, not in more in detail, but just in overview, and then later you can go in detail.
From my perspective, eye to detail, like first of all, when I go into the shop, this thing I picked up from Ashish, and he always talked about it, like eye to detail. When you first go into the shop, like you see in detail, like you walk through and you see what needs to be picked. When you go in detail, eye to detail, you will pick a lot of things that needs to be corrected. Like first of all, you see the wall, if anything needs to be corrected, and then you see the shop, the 8 units and stuff. So you walk along and you pick up things. Eye to detail makes you pick up a lot of things.
Anyone else want to give a try?
From my end, I don't, what Ashish have mentioned is eye to detail, but from my side, from my hand, I call it a ward round. It's just like a midwife doing a ward round in the hospital. So there are certain times, not every minute, every second, I do the ward round, but there are certain timings which I have to do the ward round to ensure that I pick up things and I get it done.
Okay, eye to detail, like we've been experienced, like most of the time, like team members are going in the shop, they're moving around, but simple things will be in front of them and they are not able to pick it up. So when you're having your daily shop runs, at times like we are not able to pick things because we daily watch it. The same concept we daily watch it. So that's where you need to involve some new fresh people who can tell, okay, this is the wall. What are some of the findings are there, some good things are there, what is some things are not right, and what is the better way we can get it done. So it's very important when you're having your shop runs like, see, everybody is creative. And visual merchandising is a creative things, right? So somewhere or the other, even our normal team members, they have a lot of creative ideas. So when you're moving around, you go to their section, you can always ask open-ended questions with them, what they feel about their department and what can be done to make it the department more attractive. And then while you're having your shop run, you need to pick small things which is there, like price ticketing. Right? At times we go in the shop, we see there's a price ticketing in Waigani which is 109. When you look at the product, it's 129 or it's 89. So when you're having your shop runs, these are the small things which comes under your eye to detail. When you go to the cashier counter, you can see the experience, the housekeeping is maintained or no, the papers are being kept in the right order or no. So those are the small things which we need to look into. Fitting room, most important thing in our operation. We need to always ensure that fitting room is always clean. You have seen, like most of us, we are spending our 8 hours in the shop, but how many times does we cover our fitting room experience? At times you go in the fitting room, the ICs are not on, the smell is there, and it's not getting refreshed. We as a store managers, we need to ensure our fitting rooms are very well maintained and it's fresh and smelling good. Okay, so fitting rooms also plays a very important part. We have implemented few changes in Waigani and Vision, which will be effectively starting from next week, where customers will be going in with the number of garments will be taken is maximum is 3. 3 garments customer will take and the tags will be there. I will just quickly run through you the Okay, team, this is our H unit. Okay, so if you look at the H unit, we have given the breakdown. See, this is just a guideline, but with the different product material, the fitting is different. But the ratio, we have given the ratio based on our current selling trend, that what is basically required in all the location. So this is our H unit. H unit is a fixture, fixtures, which we normally put back of the table or anywhere in the location where we want to recommend and put as a suggestive selling. Right? If we are displaying H units, you can always play, one side you can also play t-shirt and another side you can play shorts. Right, if you have that offering, or you can always put it in the T, like T, this is a T unit. You can also put it in a T shape, right, which we have shared the images earlier in the group. And then you can create mix and match display. The max in one of the arm is 20 pieces. So you can look at it, it's from extra small to 3XL if you are displaying. So that's the ratio. If you are displaying extra small to 5XL option, then that's the ratio. Right, and if you are displaying the shorts, so that's a ratio of 15 pieces per unit and the size breakdown. So in the T unit, we will only display up to size. If we are displaying shorts, we are going to only display from size 28 to size 42. We're not going to display if we have any range which is having size 44 and 46. See, team, this is very important, and this specs normally we missed out. Most of the team is missing out. Is the color placement, and you see, we have put the blue, and then you see the blue and the gray, and you see the quantity. Right? The layout is based on the color, based on the design. So, for example, like when we put anything in the unit or we are putting anything in the display, we need to ensure if this particular item is there, we need to know how many color options are there. And this particular design, when we're going to display, we're going to display in the same arm, or if we are displaying in the table or H unit, it needs to be side by side. In 2490 table, most of the time what we experience, like this particular item is there, so color maroon is here and color blue is at the back, color black is somewhere else. So first we need to understand in this particular design, how many colors are there? What is the size breakdown? Then we need to segregate it, do the sorting and place it in the right way and maintain it in the right way. It's not that the stock is running out, we change the concept of display because we always have backup available in the warehouse which we need to be on top of it to maintain it. Then we have four-way rack, right? And this is the breakdown for same breakdown for four-way rack as well because the size is same 200 mm. So the ratio remains same 20, small to 3XL, there's a ratio. For the shorts 28 to 42, it remains same, and you look at the way the displays are there. So that's the way we need to maintain in our location. Then there's a round ring. See, basically round ring is, we are using, we need to know the purpose of round ring. Round ring is normally been used for promotional period, not for normal operational period. Unless and until, if you are running 20% off in, like for example, if you have Bula shed, Pacific sheds in the location, and then product team comes up with 20% discount, so that's where round ring comes very handy. So you need to pull all the stocks which are in discount, and then you need to highlight in the round ring. So round ring is normally we are using during the crazy sale, and we can also use during the promotion of highlighting the percentage off. When some things are going out of becoming orders in the location, we can put on the discounting price, and we can use the round ring to kill it. And there's a ratio in the round ring as well. You can see the quantity has been mentioned. Max close ring is 120 pieces. And then we have another fixtures which is H unit. We all know what is straight arm. What is straight arm? The one going sideways or the one coming the front way? So how many types of arm we have? How many types of straight arm we have?
One is the straight up, the one that you put, like the one with you put in, with a 60, this, 600. Yeah, 600, yeah, that's one.
So we basically have two types of straight arm. One is goes in a slat wall, and one is goes in the, like a clipper, you know, like it goes in the H unit or even in the wall as well. So we need to know that when we having displaying anything in the straight arm, it's maximum of, depending on the product, if we put T's, like 24, 50, 90 T's, it takes max 20 pieces you can display. But if it's 3995, 3990 T, it will go only maybe 15 pieces. But when you put shorts, it will be more lesser. So the breakdowns are there. for t-shirts, how many quantity we will require. And t-shirts goes in the 600 railies is 30 pieces. So at times when you check those things, you need to ensure that, okay, this is 20 pieces can be fit, why we are only putting 10 pieces. And if the side rail can accommodate 30 pieces, why we are putting only 20 pieces. And in day-to-day basis, we need to check the size ratio, if our team members are following this ratio or no. So any point in time, we need to have this ratio available in our location, because this data we have taken out from our current selling. So Vegani store, like we can still find the H unit which have 900, and Vision we can still find 900, but some of the store we have landed to 600, like the small slim H unit, right? So the slim H unit, you can use the normal ratio which is given for 600, and it's 900, then the ratios are there. This is a similar thing which we have done in the rack, but this is for wall profiling, that when you are doing the wall display, there's a side rail and there's straight arm, and there's a ratio and the size breakdown for each particular product. When you display, the top one is for the t-shirt and the bottom one is for the shorts. And you can see this is the current one we are using in Vegani store, but it will be similar when we are doing the layout. It's normally similar even we are using the 600. Okay, this particular, we have talked earlier about this. We may be going to do the same concept when we're going to launch our independence in 25th. The stocks will be in the store from 23rd. So this is just an idea which we have put in over there. So this is, well, you look at it, this is the display area for independence. So firstly, like I said, we need to come with the proper planning. The product team will give us the guidelines that how the setup needs to be done. And based on that, we always need to first arrange our fixtures. The first thing we're going to do, we arrange our fixtures. Second thing we're going to do, we arrange our product. And the third thing we're going to do, we need to know which area and which unit our product will be placed. So this information I will share with each one of you. So whenever there is a launching, there is a debrief, you can use these guidelines to arrange your location. So it never mind, we're just giving the example for independence, but we can use it for each and every promotions. So like what we have experienced in Coconut Specific, like we missed out on the new arrival, like things were being highlighted, the new product, but the information was not being circulated to the customers that that particular product is new arrival. So if you look at this over here, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is a table, and when the stocks, the marketing guidelines has came, it's already mentioned from the product team that what particular product will be coming and what will be going in that particular table, right? So once, if the marketing has given that guideline, we can follow, which we normally receiving in our ladies, when there's a ladies release. But if it's not there, then we can create that how we want to put the product and where it will be placed. So all these things needs to have a advanced planning. It's not that we are in the store and then we are thinking that, you know, it's happened before I have to do the same thing. go in the store and then start doing the setup, and that's the time you stand and think. So before we go in the store, start any setup, we need to have a guideline plan. Yeah, visual merchandising. At times, things look and feel won't be there. Then we will do the changes. But before we touch any display, we always need to go with the proper planning. This is a flow example. Unfortunately, I got the video. I will share with each one of you, and you can have a look at the video and have a clear picture about it. But currently, it's my laptop connecting with the Bluetooth. Won't be able to play here. But later part when I will share this VM guidelines to each one of you, and you people can have a look. You can read. Okay, team. So, see, visual merchandising, like when you summarize, visual merchandising is something which comes with a lot of patience, a lot of brainstorming, a lot of thinking. When you want to create something, it's visual merchandising is just like a art, like a designers, when they put something on the garments or in the paper. Same thing is visual merchandising. When you keep on thinking about it, okay, and then you keep on imagine, okay, you picture this. If you're going to create this, what will be the outcome, how the feel it will be, and how it will going to attract the customers, right? Some of the products maybe not selling, but how you can present that particular product in the location to sell it, right? Like how you display the product, how you present that particular product. Even some of the things are not moving, like when you put it on the wall, it looks different. When you put it in the H unit, it looks different. People are not looking at it. But when you put it in the mannequin, it's totally changed the story, how you display and how you mix and match. So any question, team, on visual merchandising? Because if I will keep on talking about visual merchandising, I can finish all maybe day because there's a lot of things which is part of visual merchandising. Right, so any question, anybody like to add on? See, visual merchandising, one thing, it's a very interesting work, When you go into it, like yoga, na? When you go in yoga, you'll sit, you will directly connect, na? When you do yoga, it can connect your heart to your brain to your heart. So same thing is visual merchandising. You need to have that connection. So connection between, you don't have to set up the store the way you want. You always need to create a store the way you feel your customer will want. So that comes to the end of my presentation. Later on, I will share the manual and you can go through, and in day-to-day basis, we can keep on sharing our experience. And if there is something which maybe I have missed out, we can rediscuss and put our points and recirculate. Avinash, anything you like to highlight?
I think, Tim, I'll sort of briefly cover. I mean, as Ashish just said, visual merchandising is all about passion and creativity. It's either you have. See, I'm not sort of naturally a creative person, but I present some of the work which is very creative now because AI does it for me. I'll share the next presentation where my data numbers was graphically presented by AI. So spend some time. I mean, if you are able to use it and able to integrate AI with how we sort of do merchandising and VM and mannequin displays, it can be a great assistance in creating some very unique, exceptional work. And it's all about working smarter than harder. So that's the reality. I mean, we have to live with, and if you want to be successful, and less stress on us, and if we partner with a great AI, we can deliver some exceptional results. Not overdo it, but we need to know what we expect out of the AI, not AI telling us what he or they want to be the output. So as Ashish said, it's passion, but now you have tools like this which can help you create some exceptional passion. But provided you have passion for it. So thank you.
See, this visual merchandising is a very important tool. If you really want to increase your sales, create attractive and creative work in your location. And it's a day-to-day basis. Day-to-day basis. When like to manage and maintain the shop like Vegani is a big, but it's very challenging, and a manager needs to be very smart in thinking process when you manage a fast-tech shop like Vision City and Waterfront. Right? Because when we open a store, it's all fresh. New store to set up is easy, but to maintain is really challenging. Play with audience is one of the skills which is required. Most of us, we have a skills of packing it, sending it to the sales location. Right or wrong? That's one of the skills we have. Straight away send to the product team, this is not selling, transfer to bulk. No, that's not a right practice which we need to do. We need to have our skills. If I'm an owner, I will be concerned about my audience. I want to clear in a timely manner. Because company has patches that we don't want to clear it during the sale period. So we need to come with practice that how we can clear it. If each one of locations start doing that, we are in day-to-day basis run, daily shop run. We know what is selling, what is not selling. Right? So we lift it up and we'll think that how we can sell those particular product. And then we will not going to end up in the situation where we are transferring stock to the sales location. Because there's a lot of things which is related. If I'm a store manager, I will never transfer stock to the sales location. And why? Because major variance in our location is coming in during the receiving time and transferring time. That's the time we make most of the errors. I will try to sell everything in the store, and I will try to get the cash in that point in time. Right? But we go to the easy way solution, just transfer the thing. So those are some of the aspects in the operation team. You are there, you people are dealing with the product, playing with the product. This is a very important, that how you create the display, and you know which area customers comes and look. When you go to Vegani, which particular area customers always go, left or right? When I enter the Vegani store, which side I will look first? How many of side? We will always look men's side first. Okay, times is up. So I still got, times is up. So I pass it on to Zainal to cover our next session. Thank you, if you have, Tim, for listening to me. If you have any questions, you can ask me later on.
और उसके भी भेजा है ये कुछ नहीं जुट्टे बक्के बक्के का के स्लाइड कम ना बाद Okay, team. You take a break or Gunji? Start. Huh? After my session. Okay. Okay, so I think one of the critical element of completing the VM story is ticketing. And to be very honest, in last few years, we've been very inconsistent with how we are operating. And we've tried to pick up areas where we know there are concerns, inconsistencies of highlighting ticketing, the price points are there, So we said today we'll run through the ticketing standards. So the objective for ticketing is to ensure we are consistent, professional, our brandings are aligned through all stores. So today, please, I want to confirm, we are only going to use I5 ticketing. We are not going to use I4 ticketing anymore. We've been going to stores and realizing that there are still few stores who are using the I4 ticketing. So in terms of font, there has been instances where the stores are designing their font by themselves, and this is resulting into inconsistent price point and the layout of ticketing. So printing, high resolution, clean with no fading and smudging colors, for example, low quality. So now we have Joseph in our head office. All ticketing requirements need to be directed to Joseph. So if you'll see any promotions right now for any stores, all ticketing requirements, Joseph is printing the ticketing, validating the ticketing, and then sending out to all the stores. So that's how we've now aligned the process after understanding what are our challenges of having the consistency. So I thought to just to run through how this would work. Any ticketing requirements must be sent through marketing team. All ticketing must be created by marketing team only. Marketing team will also only provide I5 ticketing. Stores' responsibility is to adjust printer setting accordingly when needed. I think POM stores, we are printing it out from head office and then giving into all stores apart from the outstation stores. So stores are not permitted to design, modify or create their own ticketing standard under any circumstances. Stores only allowed to print in their ticketing provided. Stores are to notice the condition of the ticketing and replace when it is required. So there are two height of our ticketing stand, the A5. One is the shorter one and one is the longer one. So we also need to be aligned where we're going to use this ticketing stand. We go to a certain basic table, we see the short ticketing and the prices are not visible. That's where we need to use ticketing stand. See, this is very critical. We need one. This is one of the areas where we're not getting the consistency. The H units, the walls, we all need to use the shorter ticketing stand. You see, this is the standard we are after. This is the uniform process we are saying that this is the how we want the ticketings to look like. You can see the difference in both the ticketings. So this is the correct placement of this ticketing. The other ticketing you can see same thing, but the 20% off is on the top. So this is one of the major challenges we're facing for the stores who are printing those ticketings. So I've highlighted this, despite us sharing this, there are stores still using inconsistent ticketings. Again, I visited one of the stores earlier this week. We have 2-4 deals on our basic volley shots, but the ticketing is not highlighted. We have volley shots, kids volley shot, the ticketing is not highlighted. And we don't have the right price point of ticketing in the store too. So I reflected, one thing I've reflected from our end is, where do we have visibility of all promotion in one file? And when I questioned that, and I say, okay, the retail team does not have full visibility of any promotion, recurring promotions which is happening. So what is happening, we are emailing the promotions, and then that is not kept in the file, we have no data. So I've taken a note that once we go back, we'll create a Google Sheet. Any point of time, we'll create what are products on 2-4 deal. All the store managers need to have access to this file. No? Right. Again, please, if you see your ticketing's colors are faded, please don't put them on display. Request for a new one or print the other one. This is the image of our brand. We need to ensure that we have the consistency. No? We've also realized that we are not being consistent with all the walls. So this is a new ticketing format we are in the process of ordering. Apart from our tables, which is sorted, our height units are sorted, all our straight arm, side handrails, and flat bar is okay. We want to start putting ticketing to each straight arms too. So customers has better visibility of what are the prices of the product. So this is a new ticketing which we are going to order, and we plan to get this hopefully next 2 months, just before Independence Day. And all our stores will have a price point ticketing going in all our units. So this will complete the full story of the ticketing. So team, that's all I had for having consistency with our ticketing. Is there any questions or any challenges you're facing with this?
Maybe this will be an additional point on how we are presenting our brand, because as we all know, we are using the usual A4. I'm in this one because in H&M we are using a special paper just to print the price point. What is happening now, we will print the A4 size, and we will store them in the cabinet. Some of them are just, just messing up, the color are faded. But if we will use some special papers for the price point itself, I think that's better for us. It's just an additional point that we are using in H&M. And in any time point of view, anytime we need the price point in urgently, we can print it in our shop. The challenge is, especially in Vision City, when we are having some urgent price point that we need to replace right now, we can do that. We will call the product team, or we will call the marketing team to print that for us, and it's taking time. So that's the challenge that we are facing. In our point of view, if we have the proper tools in our shop, at anyhow we can correct our price point. So that is the point that we wanted to be in this table.
So one thing I understand is all our ticketings for any promotions are, and with SOP is coming 4 days or 5 days before the start of the promotion.
What I meant to say, for example, we did the layout of the shop, right? In some instance, we are receiving some new items, which is carrying new price point. That is the point that we are struggling. In that way, we are connecting, we are calling the marketing team, can you please?
Okay. Okay.
And the fact is, it's taking a bit time to get it. For example, we need it this time, but I need to go to Waigani to get it. And the transition of that time is a bit challenging for us. We need to set up the shop. That's your answer.
One thing, like a bit, I agree with your point, but one very important aspect, like we as a retail, we need to correct. It's like after every promotion, we have ticketings there. But what happened, how we are handling
So right now, like for POM stores, you're still printing ticketing in your store and then cutting it. It's coming through Joseph, is it?
What David is meaning is because we are using the paper, no? So for ticketing there is another material. Which is different.
Special material that we are using. Because
Yeah.
because A4 paper is just a normal paper. It will not last long.
So there's two paper. There's
So we're going.
yeah. So there's one glossy paper when you print the eye catching and the look and feel of the paper is and the current paper is different. So that's what they mean.
And you will not cut it by yourself. You just tell it and to make it back to life. Because we not time to balance it. Because that paper is made for price ticketing. So we can avoid those things balancing of how you cut it. Because also in our perspective, if you are using the 6 holiday, everyone needs to balance it and those types of challenges. I just like to share what we
So right now we're doing A5. We're cutting it A4. We're cutting A5, and then we're sending it. Okay, I'll review with the Fujitec is right now using the same. हम बताएगा आपको कौन सी problem है. Okay, team. Any questions? Anyone? Other challenges apart from what David has raised?
I'm just concerned from Waigani shop. We actually right now the main challenge we are facing is the ticketing stands. I believe most of the shops open, they come and they get from Waigani. So if you see, ticketing is one challenging part where most of our items are not highlighted. I just requested for the stands and the bottom base of it. They gave me a box. I was really happy, and then they came and took the box like next day, and they sent it to Rabaul. Till now, I don't have anything yet. It was when Rabaul opened. Yes. Till now, they told me it's in the container. Sometimes they're telling me that container there's nothing. So. That's okay. Warehouse team keep it. This was brought, even it went as far as Shamin, so they're mirroring them. They gave us a box, but then they came and took the box back again.
Okay, Tim, anything else?
I just touch base on one important thing, like on when we are highlighting price points. Like it's very important we go with the lower price points than higher price points, because at times what happen when you go to the location, we are highlighting the higher price points like 109 kina, 129 kina. So when the customer walks in, when they see that price points, it's already sales we are blocking the sales. So those kind of, when you do the layout of the ticketing, we need to ensure we place the right product at the right place, and then higher price point in the other side of the product, because don't try to bring the premium product in the front. As we've been discussed, all the basics lines needs to be in the front, and which will attract, because our main customer base is on the average market, which our day in, day out buyers. And then we have a premium market, and those are the premium offerings there. So when you also highlight, like each and every units needs to have a price point, and if there is a multiple price points, we know that, for example, 79 kina, 89 kina, and there's a 69 kinas, and what we do in that case, below 89 kina, right? But the price needs to be there, because now the business is coming in a way where price plays a very critical and important role. Okay. Yes,
Okay, I want to say share something here. It's not regarding the ticketing, but it's about our green bag. The green bag that we have, like all the stores are selling bags, so we are selling bag too. But one of the customer walked in and was asking us, why you guys are selling the brand? Are you selling the bag or are you selling the brand?
What's your response there?
Okay, first thing first, I was smiling to that customer. And he was talking to me saying that, you're selling the bag or you're selling the brand? And I said, I don't know how you see, but as per me, as per the shop supervisor, you go to Stop and Shop, you'll see there's a big bag, which is written Stop and Shop, and it's 2 kina 50 toya. But for this bag here, Jax, it's 1 kina. I'm not sure whether you telling me that I'm selling my brand, but I'm selling the bag.
It's a very difficult question.
We should be able to respond. I think I'm not sure. When we did started to charge for the bags, we did share the main reason behind it. And this question was asked to me almost by about 5 or 6 customers while handling POS at VC, and none of the customers were disappointed. And customers actually appreciated when I actually mentioned what's the reason behind putting that. And it's nothing to encourage reuse of bags and save our environment. And it was good to see. I sort of thanked, I'm not sure how many customers the retail managers has thanked, but I thanked about 3 or 4 customers who brought their own bag and said, thank you for helping support the environment initiative. And there was one customer when I actually said he thanked us, for taking that effort and encouraging and saving the environment. I said, we are doing this to encourage the reuse of the bags. These bags can be used 3 or 4 times. We have been giving for free for the last 10 years. Now we are encouraging customers to reuse the bag and save our environment for the next generation. Confident response. And that's why we're doing it. And Ashish, I thought our team should know about it. That's our responsibility. We should be able to confidently respond to customer queries. So Zanel, can we refresh? These queries would be coming, and if you are not responding in the right manner, customers wouldn't be going with the right mindset, and that's then actively impacting on our brand. I gave customers free bags. One of the customers said, and that customer bought 700 worth of item. I said, these bags from us. As managers, you are entitled to do that. Customers buying 500, and if they raise that, you can put that bag in. You can still, I'm not sure whether you can put and do a full price override. You can do that. But yeah, I haven't given to every customer buying 500, but any customers that raised that, and I saw that as a concern, I said, that's back from our side. There was a customer who bought for, I think, about 700. He bought one bag and we were not able to fit anything. I said, add on another bag and don't charge. You know? That's to build relationship. That's the flexibility managers have. You know? But you don't end up giving free bags to someone buying $60, $70. You know, we want them to save that, to take an initiative to save the environment. They can still put a piece. There were a lot of customers who were saying, we'll just carry in the handbag. It was great to see that. Because that's reducing, they're saving a kina, and that's reducing one bag, which will end up and go and affect our environment. You know? So it's an initiative. We don't want to make money, from bags. The objective is to have customers to reuse it. And I'm pleased to see in BC customers coming up with their bags. You know? It was great to see that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, team, anything else? Any other queries?
Just for the record, because we are changing the way of our communicating, right? Just for the record, the communication for the shop requirements will be directly to the marketing team at Fiji. With Joseph. All right. So so that we will be online. So we will, in line with that, we will communicate directly to the marketing team. All right.
See, rightfully, everything should come prepared. There should be very less thing we should be going back. And if you are going back, please note that down and raise as a concern. We want to run an efficient environment. You know? When there is event being executed, marketing needs to provide us all the collaterals, all the guidelines. We need to pick up from there and execute. But if we are going back, we need to note that that's an exception. You know? And we need to then escalate it to the right people that we are getting that exceptions, because that's what we want to resolve, so that it's like a relay, right? The next person passes it to you, you want to run forward, not to go back and get the bet. You know? So a business process is like that. It's always moving forward. You know, it's moving forward. But if you have to go back, that's an exception. Take note of it. You know, escalate it to the right person. Follow your management hierarchy, because we need to resolve those backward to get the bet. You know.
City, one thing which normally we picked up, like we are all managers, we sit in a very different level. Like the communications are been coming from the marketing team. But at times, like there's a lot of follow-ups which marketing needs to be done on the shop managers if they have read the guidelines which they have email. And certain times, what happen? We as a store manager, we don't check our emails and we overlook. We don't not acknowledge. So that practice needs to be there. That we understand that most of the time we are busy, but it's our responsibility to check our emails and response. So previously it was good. We have marketing group where Annabelle and the Fiji team, they highlight, but now we don't have the communication group. So please try to read your email on timely manner.
So before every event, we are running the SOP through all the store managers. I think the marketing team is getting connected. We are running the SOP through all managers. In the same meeting, we are updating the ETAs for all the flyers and collaterals and everything coming through. So thereafter, if we're still facing challenges, let's use our hierarchy and then communicate what we haven't received on time. See, we pick up things, for example, the flyers for Crazy Sale came into warehouse and got dispatched to the POM locations a day after. But within the channel, no one picked it up and addressed it. Those are the sort of communication we say, okay, in my SOP debrief for Crazy Sale, I was assured this flyer is going to get to me today, but it hasn't come. I need to flag it. So now we don't have any groups. It's very critical that we communicate our hierarchy and communicate all these sort of challenges. No? I've been not flagged with any sort of ticketing challenges. So now if you are going to face, as Avi has mentioned, I probably want to see and understand what the challenges are. Right? Okay, thank you, team.
Okay, team, we'll We'll take a 10 minutes break, and then we'll start the next sessions, and we'll try to finish 15 minutes early, like we did yesterday. Sorry to hold the training on this public holiday, and would not to see how we can release early. Still working. It's always good to enjoy with customers than be in the training on public holiday. Yeah, it's sale time. Yeah, you're right. It's sale time. But no one advised us, when we said we're going to have a training on this day. A lot of money. Okay. Then, can you open my slide again? There's some copies outside today.
Bring your thumb with that. Halo, salam. Right up. Sudah ambil FaceTime lah dia dulu lah check lagi kunci sugar. Nah, zero lah kan last week Saturday kerja. Product team master file में रख lagi kunci sugar. Zero lah. Right. और शायद से चेक करें बोला था कि आप नर्सना से चेक करना सप्लाई kunci लोगों को देगी सर. अच्छा से चेक करके सप्लाई के बाकी कौन सी लेगी सर शायद संडे सर बिकॉज सोचा चाहिए कि रिटेल में बोला तो मैं डिस्कस करें हम जितना भी डॉक्टर लगेगा सर आपको कितना कौन से लोग को भेज सकते हम सकता फिर हम अभी समरी बना के देगा क्या समरी बना के आपके देता आप सब चेक करके कमेंट करो कि इशू का है इशू आपको मतलब चाहिए मेंटेन नहीं करता है कि टीम अच्छी मास्टर फाइल में दे और मास्टर फाइल में दे तो सप्लाई की कौन सी निकालो मिट के तुम डिस्कस करेगा रिटेल में इम्पैक्ट करेगा चीज़ अरे sorry? Security seal ला तुमच्या मी अच्छा सगळे सर्व बाहेर का कमिटी
300 meters. Only 300 meters? Yeah, right. Every meter. 300 meters is just going to be having? No. Right, to the bus. 3 kilometers.
To the bus stop. Pick up the bus. Catch the bus.
3 kilometers every day. No. Yeah, from my home, no, not 300 meters. Okay, almost a kilometer.
Almost a kilometer every day.
We should take a seat.
Yes.
Next is 2 plus 0
Kilometer means that when he's catching the bus to Morocco, that's the whole way from home to the bus station.
हम लोग
No physical activity.
हम इसका इमेजिंग करें आजा हाँ ना ना आजा आजा
No.
अच्छा क्लिक करके दे दो मुझे पूरा पेज पर
I do 5 kilometers every day.
सर ये स्टॉक रिपोर्ट ना सर सर अरे सर Jam 2 dia. नहीं आता सब बहुत जामे होती है क्या ये
किसके लिए ऐसे बोले अगर हम वो नहीं देगा सब जब ऊपर ही मुझे हम मजा का तो राजपुर
नहीं सबसे से भी उन्होंने उसको बात करेंगे अभी ये रिकेप करेंगे
हम तो यार हम तो डाटा लिखा है 4-5 मिनट मेरी बाकोडिंग ही करेंगे
लोकेशन है जो डाटा निकालो
रहता नहीं है तो रिबाको नहीं करा तो हमने मतलब पैसा पर लगा हम ही करेंगे बाकोडिंग है 3-4 सेकंड के बाकोडिंग है
ये होते होते
हम तो बोले इधर नॉर्मल पे पड़ गया प्राइस क्या होगा बाकोडिंग नहीं आता करना वो भी बाकोडिंग करे लेकिन सर जस्ट करना चाहिए नहीं तो क्वेश्चन करो कि का ये बाकोडिंग करता प्राइसिंग रेट पे करेंगे कि बाकोडिंग करते हैं टेक को करता है नहीं यार 3-4 सेकंड रहेंगे कैसे सलमान
Everyone in? Anyone missing? Check your neighbors. All in? Who? Oh. Okay, Tim, again recapping from where we started yesterday. Yesterday morning we started to look at our processes. We started the process related to our team members, which is our staff, from recruitment to how they perform, to appraisal and to dismissal. After that, we looked at our POS processes, which is collections, cashiering, day-end, and balancing, and banking processes. Then in the afternoon, we looked at STI, STO processes, stock side movements, and we rounded up looking at how to do sales orders and track your sales order status in the system, so that we don't have to make calls and track where things are. In the morning, so that was all refresher of key processes and how things happen and what needs to be done. Today, we actually started looking at operational things, right? So we started with case study in terms of the first important thing of running your shop checklist, because it covers all the important aspects of shop management. And if you run your shop checklist effectively, your shop readiness will always be to the best level. And then we looked at morning huddle. How does your observations from the checklist relate to your morning huddle and affect your day planning? So that was the first session. And the second session, we looked at in terms of your actual operational planning. What are your BAUs, your business as usual task of 5S, and how do we understand what are the touch points of that 5S, and how do we integrate that into our day-to-day functioning and put 80% of the effort into those BAUs. And then we look at our VIPs, which is more on the soft side of leadership and management, coaching, mentoring, performance appraisals, guiding, and also actioning where it's required. So that was all on the operational management checklist. And then we came down to VM, which is getting your shop ready, how to present the stocks, what are the VM guidelines of that. Then we looked at price ticketing, because that's integrated with VM. So it's shop, taking care of shop, housekeeping, good ambience, music, everything running, then how stock should be displayed, and how price ticketing would be to give a customer the seamless journey and experience that we want to. So that covers all the operational aspects. Now we start to look at some operational challenges. And one of the most important operational challenge that we deal with is related to our inventory, because if that's not right, then what it does affect our replenishment in the store, and it's a cyclical effect. So I think this session is more on the negative inventory. So the background is, over the past 6 months, system report has shown a recurring issue of negative inventory across all JP stores. As I've said, touching into stock variance yesterday, same thing is negative inventory is raising to an alarming level. And that issue has been going on over the last 6 to 9 months. We clear, but negative inventory builds up very quickly, and we are not able to understand why. While stores continue to sell based on physical availability, inventory systems show stocks on hand as negative, and that leads to errors in replenishment planning. Right? If your inventory is not accurate, if it's going negative, then you are not getting the right inventory that you need to sell it to your customers. That's why you have these issues where you'll say you don't have this physically, and product would say it's showing in your system because something else has sold out in place of that. But in system, that inventory is showing. So it affects your inventory replenishment. Incorrect margin reporting. If you have negative inventory, you're not sure what actually has sold out, and it's incorrect reflection on your margins, which is GP, and that does affect your KPIs, right? All managers' KPIs, GP is an important element to management KPI. Yeah? So you should understand that if there is a negative inventory issue, your KPI is being affected. It's compromising your KPI. So that's where we need to focus on inventory accuracy. That's how inventory linked up to the management's KPI. Customer service issues, right? So stocks shown available but not actually there. So if something is going negative, it means you are giving physically something else, but in system you are updating something else. So it's like you are given a customer a cup, but in the system it's reducing pen. So in the system the cup is still showing, but cup has gone. So now when a customer comes for cup, in your system cup is showing, but you physically don't have it. You know? So that's what that error is. Listen if you can. So that's what that error is, customer service issues, right? Customers would want that item, it's not there. So we're not able to achieve what our standards are. And the last one is stock theft and shrinkage going unnoticed. And one of the contributing factors of this negative inventory would be stock theft and shrinkage going unnoticed. Either customers or cashiers, you know, punching in, selling something, giving something else to the customers, punching something else. You know, that's where manual entry of barcodes or codes in the system at POS is not recommended. We should drive scanning as much as possible. And Pronto every day gives what our scan rate is. And as a shop KPI, we should target to achieve 100% scan rates. It minimizes all issues. You know? So those are the issues, and that's where this negative inventory is also an indicator of high stock variances which we have been facing. We have high negative inventory and high stock variance. So that also indicates that there's theft happening, whether it's current staff theft, errors and known sort of manipulation at the cashiering level, or customer theft that is distorting our inventory. You know? So team, that's related to negative inventory. I'll show you our situation. So that's where we are today. That's today's data. You know? If you look at highest negative inventory is Mount Hagen at more than 80,000 kina of negative inventory. You look at VC and Waingani, they just got, stock take just got done within the last 2 months. So that means when we did the stock take, we cleared all the negative inventory. We counted all physical inventory and said, okay, this is the inventory we have. But you look at within month for VC and within 2 months for Waingani, we have now more than 40,000 each negative inventory sitting in. So we are selling inventory which was not with us at the time of stock take, and we confirm that we have not received that inventory. But from somewhere, we are selling that inventory. We don't know. As I've said, this could be a cashiering error using old plus and lower price items and punching. This could be stock take errors. What it is, we'll brainstorm after this. You people would have a better understanding of what could be causing that. But that's our current situation. You look at warehouse 2, negative inventory is at about 40,000. Where did that warehouse get that inventory from, which they again transferred back? You know? So it's a repetition of issues, but at this stage we don't know what's contributing. From retail perspective, we would better understand that. So our top, if you look at the top 4, there's 40,000 each from warehouse, Waingani and VC, that's 120, and there's 80,000 at Hagen. Those 4 stores make up 200,000 worth of negative inventory at cost. At cost, that's sitting in. You know? So that's our current situation. As I was talking about AI, this chart is made by AI. So it makes the chart in 30 seconds. So your task, case study, your task, group work. So in your groups, we'll have 1, 2. The group at the back, if you want to try out, you can also join in. So your task is number 1, based on your understanding of retail management and day-to-day, what are the most likely reasons for negative inventory in the store? You know? So based on your sort of experiences in dealing with inventory, receiving, selling to customers, handling in stock takes, what would be the most likely cause? Why do we have negative inventory? Why do we have inventory physically which is not in the system? And then the next question is, propose 3 immediate actions to correct the current negative inventory. In your view, what are those 3 things we can do to correct that negative inventory immediately? Identify 2 system or process gaps that's contributing it to. So what is that system or process gaps that's contributing to that negative inventory? And the last one is, how can managers ensure stock integrity without creating a blame culture? No, blame culture, we have negative because warehouse is not doing the work, or negative because product is making that errors. But one thing is, we are doing 100% receiving of inventory in store. So when we receive something 100%, do you feel it is justifiable or reasonable to blame someone else? If I'm giving $200 to to David, and he counts every and confirms he has received $200, and after that in his pocket he only has $100, is it fair to blame me? No. Yes. So in this case, team, we always have that situation when variance is high, when negative goes through, we always sort of say, oh, it's from warehouse, it's from here. But we are doing receiving of inventory. Then where is that inventory gone? So it's making us to realize if we are doing 100% receiving, is that process there just being done for the sake of being doing? Is it system receiving being done after physical receiving, something we talked about yesterday? Is contributing to that. But we need to reflect back. Because we are only accepting that TIP after doing our own verification. No one else is doing that, accepting that TIP on our behalf. So team, something to think about, and we'll think of that in this session. So how can managers ensure stock integrity without creating a blame culture? I'll give you 30 minutes to think through in your groups that four questions there. And you'll have 10 to 15 minutes to do your presentation. Thank you, Tim. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. We have Zainab from product here. If you have any clarification, you can ask him. Shamim from warehouse is here. So anything if you want, you can ask him. And if you want consultant advice, Yogesh is here to help. Okay, team, final 5 minutes. You should be wrapping up your presentation. You're done? Okay. You can paste it up there. Done, Wangani and Waterfront? Still have time. Don't rush. You get that? No, you have to stop writing once they start presenting. Okay, done? Okay, thank you, Tim. We're 5 minutes early, ready for presentation, so we'll start.
Okay, good afternoon, team. So we came up with 4 points. The first point is what are the most likely reasons for negative stock in the shop. So the first one we came up with, selling stocks without system resetting is done. Stock adjustments not done. Run barcoding, multiple clue numbers. Charge out on the wrong clue number. So the first one, like yesterday, we received 28 cartons. So the only 2 people that do system resetting is David and Vagi. So what I advised the staff was we can do the resetting, but we'll have to wait for these 2 people first. Once they do the system resetting, then we can display the stocks. And the second one is when we are doing physical receiving, if there's like variants like surplus and those, we don't do variance report on time. Sometimes we delay the variance report. That's where the negative stock is coming in. Sometimes we receive the items, but when we are trying to sell it in the system, it's picking the wrong barcoding. That's where the cashier started doing manual entries and all this. So that's for the first point.
The second, propose 3 immediate actions to create the current negative inventory. Sorry, there's one here we removed. It's the 5 from the first one here. Either it's a APN error, which gives the negative also. If the APN is not correct, it will gives the negative. Okay, the second point is propose 3 immediate actions to correct the current negative inventory. 1, 100% system resetting, ensure 75 status is cleared. Second, making sure the store location is the right location that when they are doing the charge out. So all these things need to be looked at. There are times when stocks are transferred to the particular location, instead of Vision City, they charge it to Waigani. 3, do awareness to cashiers to stop doing manual typing entries at POS. We do awareness to cashiers doing manual typing when at the cash point. So when we come across to that, we normally do manual sale, and at the end of the day, all those manual sale, the pink copies are brought in the office and we fill in the Google Sheet, which is shared to the team PT to maintain the pricings.
Okay, the fourth point, identify two system or process gap contributing to this issue. We came up with two. One is two separate clues. One starts with a number 0, another clue starts with 0. But the items it's the same item. It's the same item, but the clues are different again. Okay, another, the other one is the duplicate clue numbers. That's the two issues that we came up with. Maybe David can explain a bit on the duplicate clue.
Yeah. This duplicate clue, I believe we are experiencing it in the store, right? Example for the perfume, all right? And somehow, it happens that we have this particular barcode and it's not picking in the system, then we will do the manual entering, and that particular proof will go in the system. So that's one thing that we realize that is affecting our inventories and negative stocks. So this is just a small 0. But in the system, it will create a lot of negative if we are not using it, all right? So these are the things that we need to, we identify this one contributing to those negatives and inventory. And the question is, we really love this question. How can managers ensure stocks integrity without creating a blame culture? At this moment in time, while we are doing this one, we agreed that instead of blaming someone, as per Vinit's presentation, we need to take the ownership. We agreed that we need to accept the fact that we received that item and we need to solve it. That is the first thing. Ownership, we need to prepare ourselves, whatever the circumstances is, we accept it and we need to align it. And number 2 is accountability. As per Abhinay said, we are accountable of what are the things that we receive. Instead of blaming someone, maybe we will not use the word of blaming someone. Maybe what we will do in our side, we will ask the help of someone, the proper person. Because in our side, we are not that much, in a deeper knowledge in the system. So we need to ask the right person at the right time and how they can help us. So that is the thing, that accountable. We are accountable of it, and we will ask the help from them, how they can help us to resolve the issues. And the third thing, of course, we need a teamwork. Because blaming someone will not solve the issue. That is the things that we agreed of, because we are in one team and we are just focusing in one goal. To settle everything, we wanted to the smooth operation. So we are just in one goal to fix everything. So ownership, accountability, and teamwork. And as Asis said also, communication is very important role. The clarity of the communication should be there. In that way, we understand everything that they are giving the instruction to us for the goal to reach. So that is the things that we come up. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Tim. I think well covered, except for there's one more thing here, which is causing negative, which is in control of the store managers. And I have personally experienced that thing being compromised in stores, where we are not doing the required diligence to ensure that what we are doing is correct. So we'll touch on that probably after Wingani and Waterfront presents, see if they highlight it. And in terms of process gaps, while the process gaps are well identified, but there is also 2 process gaps that internally in shops we contribute and which we can align to reduce negative inventory. One we talked about yesterday, doing system STIs before physical STIs. It's always physical before system. First you verify, then you go and accept in the system. You know, it's never the other way around. Because once you accept in the system, then do we find time to go and do the correction? Someone follows through, we don't know. You know, so you verify, and then you go and accept in the system to what you have physically received. You know, there's one more gap. We'll see if the other group identifies, and then we'll talk about it. And I think what you can do is understanding the ownership has already passed on to you when you accepted the inventory, and no use blaming anyone else. If it was to be, it was at time of receiving. Reject it, saying I have not received it. Reject it, saying this is not correct. But the moment you accept it, you have taken ownership. And when you've taken ownership, you can't hold anyone else accountable for it. You can't blame anyone else for that inventory either not being there or selling negative. Okay, Tim, Deborah, you would like to hear from Waingani?
All right. We'll start with our presentation. So reasons for negative inventory, there's a lot of reasons, but we just highlighted a few here. So one of the major one is our receiving process. Like sometimes when we do receiving, like Vera said, how fast do we report back our surplus or shortage? And then what actions are taken? Like Ashish always says, how do we follow up on top of these things and then get things sorted? So once that's overlooked by store managers and admin, then that's one of the major reasons for negative inventory. Like good example I gave is if we received 15 items, but only 10 were transferred to us, but we received 15. So it's how fast we report back to warehouse. You need to transfer these 5 to us again. But if we just accept it without even reporting it back and it's not fixed, then we are selling it as negative. So that's one of the major reasons we have. Physical stocks, excess stocks from warehouse without any system transfer. Another is error coming from cashiers, like how do we go about day-to-day basis? What awareness do we do about scanning? 100% scanning has to be implemented. So we need to advise, because at the moment I can see when, especially some of the items, when you scan it, it doesn't pick. So you have to either put 0 in front and then press enter for it to pick, for you to sell out, or you either have to put NU at the end. And if NU doesn't pick, you have to put another NU again, -NU. So like duplicate PLU numbers. That is one of the reasons. So this thing, I think system-wise, if it's corrected, then it will be okay for us at the finishing end, because sometimes we can't just blame the cashiers, because not most of them are aware of all this process. And one of the things I see, like, for example, there's a perfume, Fifth Avenue. It comes with 2 PLU numbers. One of the PLU numbers goes with 159 kina price, and another PLU number goes with 189 kina price. So if the customer brings 189 kina, 189 and 159, what will the customer go for? The lower price, of course. And I can sell out the quantity of the 189 under the 159, because customer will still prefer me to sell it under 159. They won't want 189. So that's one of the reasons I say I pick from watching the cashiers. We've been flagging it to product team, especially the perfumes with different PLU numbers, but still, it's the same. Yes, so that's from our first point. I'll pass it over to the next colleague for our second point.
Okay, our second point is 3 immediate actions. Okay, the points that we come up with is align our receiving process, which most of the time when it comes to receiving, we have errors, we have variants that we need to align. The second one is aligning cashier process. That will be still same with these ones. The cashier process, some of the things that the cashier, like Debbie said, we cannot blame the cashiers. Some of the things that we have to align before passing on to our cashiers, like scanning and all those things. The last one is verification of manual barcode. When it comes to verification of manual barcode, most of the time we come to face different barcodes. For example, 24, there's two price. The price that we have on basic shirts before is $24.90, and the that we have is $24.50. So those are the issues that comes with manual barcodes.
All right, thank you, Romelda. I'll go for question 3. So identify 2 system or process gaps contributing to this issue. So this one will be our first one, verifying of, I will go again for Romelda already earlier, verifying of manual barcodes against with system before transfer. So that's very important. And number 2 is in this under third question is manager needs to verify physical inventory before approving any system adjustment. All right. So for number 4, how can managers ensure stocks integrity without creating a blame culture? So correct our receiving process and our transfer out process. That's what Deborah highlighted on that, and also Romelda. And also tighten our security process. So when we tighten our security process and everything is aligned, we won't do this blame game. So thank you.
Thank you, Team Waterfront and Wengani. You can take the seat now. So, Dixon, can you switch the screen? So, some very valid sort of process highlighted what are the possible causes of it, what we can immediately do, and how can we improve the process, the process gaps that we have. If you do a proper receiving process, then things would not be there. So we'll touch on that, what SOP is required. And the other one is ownership of your inventory. So team, coming to first question, Dixon, if you can switch over. So what are the most likely reasons for negative inventory in the store? In the 2 presentation, most of it has been covered except for one critical one. So when I say self-reflection, the hardest part is always to look at others and say, if they fix this, our issue would be resolved. But there are certain times our actions also contributing to issues. And the hardest part is to self-say, this is what in our shop, which is our control, that is not happening right, and which is leading to negative inventory. So there's one sort of process within our control, which is causing negative inventory as store managers. And I have seen store managers, while they handling that, not being vigilant of what they are doing. I'm not saying all store managers. And some are doing it, some are very vigilant, and some are on top of it and doing their part 100% well. But there's some shop managers who are not on top of it. So there's one internal factor, and that's a risk also that we handle on day-to-day basis. Let's see who can recall what we do, which is as part of our daily operations that can contribute to negative inventory. Yes, void card. But what's related to void card? Price overriding. When you override price, when cashiers call you to override price, do you validate the product details? Do you validate the product details? That's very critical. So when you do price override, our responsibility is why we have to why there is control that cashiers cannot proceed with price override, so that the managers has to go and approve is we need to go and do our checks and ensure that they are doing price override for the right product, for the product that's physically in front of them. So team, that's one important one. In terms of process gaps, there's the process, tidying up our receiving process, doing system STI on a timely basis, physical and system. And then the next one is having process of updating your system for short-term surpluses. Do you track? Like Saturday, we did receiving at VC. We had one extra item supplied, one wrong item supplied. It was, the item from warehouse was right because the barcode had ladies' shirt, but ladies' top, but it was actually a boys' top, which was a physical product, which was supplies as ladies because it had the barcode of ladies. So it was a wrong barcoding error, and which resulted in a wrong product being supplied to VC. So how we track that exception and what process we have to ensure that sorted within the next 24 hours. So what's our process in store? So how that exception is logged of that particular day's deliveries, and how as managers we are ensuring that that exception is cleared. That's our responsibility. So to managers, what's our process of in the store ensuring that all receiving exceptions are being cleared within 24 hours time. And if we ask you an honest response, are you confident to say that all your receiving exceptions has been cleared? There's no receiving exceptions. Your system has been updated as per the physical items received.
On that note, the process should be, as we agreed yesterday, should be within 24 hours. We need to coordinate and send any. To be honest, on this note, we implemented some sheets. We did some forms to communicate all and record all those discrepancies that we have. The only challenge is to be honest is coordinating at the right time. We have used some Google Sheet on monitoring those discrepancies that we have. In that note, we will see all those negativities and the variances that we have. But to be honest, we are not very consistent on that note. We accept that fact.
Anyone else wants to add anything? See, we need to tidy up this process that's in our control. We should set up a process where we are logging all sort and surpluses, and we should have a process of ensuring it's cleared on time. And if it is not cleared on time, if the warehouse is not doing that adjustment, so IA is not assisting in the process, please escalate it. And that needs to be escalated. I'll touch on the escalation metrics shortly after this. So quickly going through. So likely causes, sales made before stock received in the system, right? So you have started to sell before you complete your STI. That's affecting your negative inventory, and that's affecting your GP. Because if it's a new item, system don't know what cost it has come through. And it will start to sell at 100% GP. Finance would have to track 100% GP and do a manual adjustments, which they're doing every month. We're having about 50, 60,000 kina worth of sales at 100% GP, Vinit. Manual price overrides without stock validation, right? So when you go and do price overrides and you don't validate the product, there's a risk that wrong item is being going, and that would lead to your negative inventory. Poor inter-store transfer tracking. So if there's a transfer happening between stores, like if you look at JD's negative stock, that they have received all the stocks from shops. If they are having negative, that means we have wrongly transferred items to JD's, which now they are ending up with surplus, and which will end up with a short in your shop. And I was tracking the negative in the sale period. There's for VC, there's substantial inventory that has been sold negative, which has been received from, most likely from JD's as a sale item, but it was not part of the transfer, so which is going negative. I've got some clues there, which I think I've shared that in that group, in that negative inventory email trail with Samoa. If you'll track that, those are all sale items received during sale period, sold in the sale period, but there was no transfer associated with it. So poor inter-branch transfer tracking process. If you are on top of that process, we will not end up with negative inventory. Unrecorded damages or shrinkage. That's again, if there's damages and there's shrinkage that's happening, we are not having proper record of it and we are not getting it updated on a timely basis. And scanning issues at POS, wrong barcodes, which we have talked about, is one of the causes of it. We should push for 100% scanning. We are monitoring. Pronto gives you scan rates. If you look at your scan rates, it's very different to the different shops. And that's an indicator. If your cashiers are also manipulating, your scan rates are an indicator that something wrong is happening. Even you can, shop managers can look at the scan rates by POS or by cashiers. Dixon can help you with that. If your one cashier is having 90% scan rates and the other cashier is having 60% scan rates, that indicates something is, I'm not saying it is happening, but that indicates that something may be happening which is not right.
One more important part is after stock take, when we do check, sometimes the stocks are there, but when spot check, we say no, we can't find those stocks. Stock adjustment happens and then becomes effective stock.
Yeah.
So while the team is here, when they do spot check, this is one of the key areas where the shop managers need to get involved in spot check.
Yeah. So that's a critical one. When stock takes, like if you look at VC and Wangani, just gone through stock takes. Hagan just gone through stock takes earlier this year and sitting with 80,000 worth of negative stocks. That's indicate an error in stock take. But we are confirming the variance. So when the variance is given, what level of checks we do to confirm that the stock count has been accurate? And how do you prioritize that? We know our inventory, right? If you are a shop manager, you should know. It's like our house, right? If you are in our house, we should know where the tools are, where the utensils are, where the plates are, where the chainsaw is, where the brush cutter is. So shop is like that. Audit would not know that, because they are just coming in for a period of time to check. But when we get our variance, we should be able to say, no, this stock is sitting there, it may not be counted. So how much effort we as managers provide to improve the accuracy of stock take when we get the variance report, when we do the spot checks, and how quickly we do the spot checks. And are we getting involved in the spot check process? So remember, these variances are affecting your KPIs. It's going as a cost to your P&L, and as I've said, profit of your respective stores is your KPI. So immediate fixes, physical count of negative SKUs, you can pick out when the report is coming. That's why the report is being triggered to all the shop managers. You can have a plan for your day. You don't need to do it. We'll touch on the admins, why an admin is given to every shop. And when that report comes in the morning, what you do and what work you delegate to the admin to verify the negative inventory and see what has caused that in. See, if you track something on a day-to-day basis, it will not become a major work. But if you let exceptions go by, in a month, it will become a swimming pool full of bad water, then you only have to change that water, But if you keep on cleaning on a day-to-day basis, that water would be clean every day. So that's what any operations is. If you get exceptions and if you are clearing that exceptions on the day-to-day, it's only taking 10 or 15 minutes a day. But if you leave it for a month, it will become a 2 days or 3 days work, which we can't take out from our normal routine. Locking sale of negative stock in POS, that's one way we can block it, but that would affect customer service. So that's not a possible option at this stage. We did that in Fiji at one point in time. We blocked negative inventory, and if stocks is negative, they were not able to sell it. But then it does affect customers up in front, and we are allowing stock to go negative. But that's one way we can start to block negative inventory. Weekly system and physical spot checks, that can be done. I mean, if you have negatives of high value items, stock card items, that you can keep track on a negative on a weekly basis, right? So if you have a stock card, and if you are not tracking and ensuring that the stock card is balanced with physical and system, then again it's not saving the purpose. So all our high value items are on stock cards. And how many of you can 100% say that all your high value items stock card is updated and is balanced with the system? Raise your hand. How many of you would be able to say that? Managers? That's our responsibility. A core process we manage. When you look at our BAUs, in terms of stock, that's a critical process. And we should be able to confidently say that all our stock cards are updated and all our stock cards are balanced with the system. Then only we are on top of our responsibility. Then we are doing justice to the empowerment and what organization is doing for us. That's our responsibility. And staff training on transfer in and out documentation, right? We talked about, you train your staffs and your staffs handling inventory should now transfer in and out. No inventory, if you have received, confirmed received in system, can walk out of your shop without a transfer out or a sales order transfer going to another location. And any inventory that's coming into your location needs to be accompanied by a sales order which you confirm receipt, a transfer which will be transfer in progress, and you'll confirm receipt of that, which journal shows the process. So that's inventory. No inventory can move out without a transfer out document. No inventory can move in without a transfer in document. Those are two. No one can take, even for me, for example, I can't come into any of the shops and take inventory out and say I'm going. I need to be accompanied by a transfer out docket and a delivery docket as a proof that I'm taking that item. And suppose 2 weeks later that item goes variance and you say, Avi has taken it, and I say no, you will go to your delivery docket and say, yeah, here's my delivery docket. So team, stock is money which is you are responsible for. No one here can walk in and take any inventory out without a proper stock transfer request associated with transfer out and a delivery docket. No one is empowered to do that. In Fiji, the directors who are the shareholders who own the company can't do that. They just can't go and pick out. That's not, and that stock belongs to the company, and we are the custodian of that inventory. We are there on behalf of the company to ensure that that stock don't end up going out of company without a proper documentation in place. That's our responsibility. That's why we are called managers, why we are called leaders. That's the responsibility that comes with the role. Team, so immediate fixes that we can work on. Few fixes is not possible, but something that can be done. Process gaps we have talked about, the delay in goods receipt and system entry. So some shops are doing STI in system before physical. Remember team, that's no. You always count your physical stock and then go and update your system and have your variance cleared, whatever the short and surplus is cleared within the next 24 hours. That should be the KPI. If it's not happening, that's an exception. Exception gets reported to your next reporting. If he's not doing something, escalate it. Make a list. When we come in, share it. Even if you don't come in, send to us. Avi, we need your support because we are escalating this variance which we have been facing. Escalated to Ashish. He has not been able to help. We need your support to clear it. If we understand our responsibility, we'll do that. Lack of standard procedures for handling damaged or return items, that's what we're talking. If item is damaged, what state, how do we get it adjusted? How do we transfer it to the sale bulk and get it cleared? Now we have a sale bulk, right? So all orders, all damaged stocks goes to the sale bulk and we'll filter it out from there. But with proper stock transfer dockets. And inventory barcode errors, Zanel's favorite for now. Hopefully Zanel can help us go to 100% scanning. That's a challenge till our next presentation. Okay, team, any queries on there? Clear? If you want, I can share this documentation, which explains, we know the reasons, what can cause, we know what we should be doing and what our responsibility is and how we can incorporate that in our day-to-day planning. So before I go to communication team, remember we have been given admin staff. See again, if we don't clearly identify the responsibility of the admin staff and we don't delegate the admin staff's focus here where the focus needs to be, again, that admin staff's hours will go into fires and destruction and would not be able to add value to the core role, the role where the intended purpose is. And the admin's intended purpose is they are your support to look after your staff administration, which is get the recruitment form done, request form done, track on attendance, update timesheets, ensure leave forms are completed. That's related to staff. You will not recruit every day, right? So recruitment and request is not happening every day. But yeah, tracking of attendance is every day. Updating timesheets, if you do it on a timely every day, it only takes 15 minutes to update your timesheet. Again, if you leave it and update once in 2 weeks, it can take you a whole day and you still not be able to get your timesheet correct. Because then you realize you don't have the leave forms, you are running around for leave forms, the person is not at work, the manager approving is not there. So problem builds up. But if you keep on tracking that on a day-to-day basis, ensure your attendance is tracked, ensure your timesheet is updated, ensure your leave forms in order, you will not run around on the last day. We will not have to run around to get updated timesheets to pay the employees on time. Yeah? It's how we sort of work with our admin to align. If our admin is not functioning in the efficient manner, it's reflection on us. Yeah? The next major areas where admin looks at in terms of stores is POS. They look at your till float, they look at your petty cash, they look at your cash drops, and they look at your day-end balancing. Till float happens in the morning, day-end happens at the end, cash drops 1 or 2 during the day, only on busy days, and again petty cash is 1 or 2 during the day, nothing more than that. And then the next one is stock, the critical one, right? Checking your physical receiving, updating STI after physical receiving. It's never the other way around. It's always physical receiving, then your system STI. Then variance reporting. Once you've done your physical receiving, you'll report your variance and get the variance sorted. And they can be delegated to investigate negative inventory. Once you get the report, you identify new lines of negative, and you can tell your admin to investigate why that negative has come through. Is it related to system STI not done? Is it related to cashiers entering wrong barcodes? So team, if you look at these roles, there's 3 areas where admin comes in. The question to us as managers is, are we effectively using the admins in these 3 areas? Or they are being used around ad hoc basis, doing things which is more of destruction and fires. They are our support staff to look after these 3 critical things. They can be running around whole day, but not focused on their core area. But they are our support for this core area, to look at our staffing related administration, POS related administration, stock related administration. And believe me or not, if you start to align your employees' focus and plan their work on these 3 things, 2 weeks later, you'll ask your admin, they will be more structured, and they will see more value of what they are doing, and you'll see more value from your admin role. So we have a support staff, but the question is, how is that support staff utilized? And we need to go into the planning cycle. We can't just ad hoc basis pull staff and ask them to do this. It has to be planned. It has to be scheduled. We have to move away. We now run a very big company. We have to run on a very structured and planned manner. And it starts with, role model starts from us. If I'll start to just pull things and start to do things on ad hoc basis, do you think people below me would work on that basis? So leaders has to role model that. We as managers has to role model that for our staff. We have to start planning ourselves and start working on our important and urgent task, and important and not so urgent task, and not work on not important task, not important and not urgent task. Cut out your distraction, cut out your fires. Work on your BAUs, work on your VIPs. That's critical. Okay, team, 2 minutes to digest what I have said. I don't want to confuse you. I've already done the recaps. We are at a stage of where we have planned the shop. We have done our checklist in the morning. We have done the hurdles. We have planned for the important things that we need to do in terms of shop normal operations and a promotion organized by our procurement head, Zainal, weekend promotion. Now we are tackling some operational challenges. And one of the critical operational challenges is related to stock. And you can see there's only 3 or 4 things that is contributing to the challenges that we are facing. So if we are vigilant at our receiving process, and if we are getting our exceptions updated within 24 hours, 80% of your problems will disappear. 80% of your problems will disappear. Okay, team, think through. A lot to digest. Anyone's brain paining? Anyone today can feel there's something spinning in the head? Now the interesting topic of communication. If you want to take pictures, you can take it. Take selfie. Okay, team, now communication. You know, there's two major distraction that we carry. Two major distractions, which is not important, not urgent, but which is distracting our time. There's two major things. Two major distractions we face day in, day out, which keeps us distracted. Yes, number one is this, mobile phone. You know, mobile phone is number one distractor, number one or number two, but one of the two major distractors. What is the other distractor? So one is physical distractor, the other one is a virtual distractor, is a qualitative sort of issue. What would it be? Food? No, food don't distract us. Food make us unhealthy. Ask Dixon, he'll give some advice on how to live healthy. Dixon, next time you'll do a presentation on wellness. Private presentation with Ashish. Team, anyone? What's the other distractor? What sometimes you see and you get frustrated? Social media? You read and you get agitated. Emails. What is emails? Is a form of communication. So distractor is communication. But what's the issue in communication? Communication is good. So we'll talk about what's the issue in communication that makes communication destructive. And we sometimes kills our 300 to 400 cells because we get agitated, we get frustrated, we get aggressive, we get responsive. We want to pick up a phone at 2 a.m. in the morning and respond. You know, we are not responding, we are reacting. Remember, we are not responding, we are reacting. You know? So, let's look at what are the factors of communication. There's 3 W's and 1 H, the element of communication. What? What to communicate? Who to communicate? How to communicate? When to communicate. Okay, what comes first? What starts the communication? So, does how comes in first? Who to communicate comes first? When to communicate comes first? What? Content, right? What triggers communication? What triggers communication? What? The content, right? You get a content that triggers communication. You want to now communicate. Whether it's good, it's information, it's aggression, it's reaction, but it's a what that triggers communication. Now you want to type aggressive email. You are back on, you want to WhatsApp group, full time going, head down. Yesterday one person observed me full time. I said, no. Nothing. I can see the aggression. Lucky is touch screen now, otherwise the keypad would have come out of the phone. So team, that's aggression. That's the what that triggers communication. So that's the first one, right? Then the next one is? Next one is whether how or who to communicate, right? So when you have got that content, now is a trigger, Timothy. I'm going to write a message to Timothy. What he is doing, So Timothy, so who? Then is how, right? Then how you're going to communicate? Pick up a phone and type a WhatsApp message to Timothy. Timothy has now configured his phone, so even though he has seen it, it's like unseen. Some people see his message at night in sleeping. Yeah, it's happening. Dixon just switched over, please. See, when you talk about communication, even they don't want to communicate. So team, that's the 4 factors of communication, you know. What to communicate, who to communicate, how to communicate, and when to communicate. Unfortunately, only what triggers and the others are not thought through. It's just what and who. As soon as we something, we know what and who. Bang. No one thinks through how to communicate and when to communicate. 99% of the communication I can list down and say in this communication is just the content triggers a communication to who. No thought has been given whether is the right mechanism I'm using to communicate and is the right time I'm communicating. Yeah? And team, if you'll start to ask that question, whenever you got a content, whenever you feel like and sending a response, but if you'll take a moment and say, is the methodology that I'm communicating right? Is the words that I'm putting in the communication right? You know? And the next one, is it the right time to communicate? That scares me. So those are important, and 99% of the time, team, we face that issue. It's just reaction, it's not communication. So in your communication, if you have not thought about how and you have not thought about when, it's a reactive communication. And in leadership and management, reactive communication is destructive because it does damage our relationship with a colleague or any stakeholder, and that's not the intention. So if you communicate right, you have a content, that content needs to be communicated. You know whom to communicate that. And then if you choose the right mechanism and you'll find a right time to communicate, issues will not be there. The communication issues not be there, and you'll achieve what your intended purpose is. Today we are communicating on a reactive mode, but we are not achieving the intended purpose because either we are choosing the right words, right medium to communicate, or we are not communicating at the right time. Leadership, patience, that's where the leadership patience comes in. How we can get hold of our emotion. What triggers instant communication? Emotion. When your wife sends you a message which is not right, you want to take out, what triggers? Timothy? Emotion, right? Emotion. I would also want to respond to, I want to show I'm also something. No? So that's reaction, team. And if we start to work on those 4 factors, what to communicate, who to communicate, even sometimes who, right? I mean, you are communicating like in warehouse if you have issues. Your admin is just communicating to the admin in the warehouse, you know, and not communicating with the right person, issue won't be resolved. So your admin should communicate to you as the shop owner, and then your communication should be with the person in the warehouse, which is for shop administration. We have said Miro is our administrative officer. So now any shop queries should be directed to Miro. And if Miro is not responding on a timely basis, the communication goes to Shamim to allow him to address, and on a reasonable time. So if you keep communicating now with Miro for 3 months, an issue is not resolved, and 3 months later you say, no, Miro has not resolved it, is it fair from Shamim's side if it has not been escalated? And vice versa, right? If there's something from warehouse to shop, and the shop person is only dealing with admin, and the issue is not getting resolved, and 3 months later, warehouse says blames retail for that, do you think it's fair from the retail manager's perspective? No, because they have not been given that opportunity to fix it. So team, there's always what that triggers. But if you carefully look at who to communicate, who is the right person, who can resolve it, what are the right medium to choose, phone, WhatsApp, Viber groups are only for circulating information. Emails is only circulating for information. It's not to get the work done. I used to do it before. You know, I used to have emails to do work before. But now every time I draft emails, even today, now I'll draft email and I'll delete it because before sending I'll ask one question. Is it passing information or is it trying to get the work done? And then I'll drop a short one saying I'll discuss on this particular. I'll be in office on this day, let's discuss. Even yesterday I have sent an email I'll be in office next Friday, let's discuss. That's just an information. Email comes in, thanks, have been noted. You know? I'm just use these mediums just as information flow. Don't use this to get the work done. If you have to get a work done, pick up a phone and talk to the person. Walk into the office. That's the most appreciative thing any person has. Why? Why do you think picking up phone and talking or going to a person is the most appreciative thing a person would have? Why do you think that?
On the first place, communication by typing a letter and typing through emails don't have the emotions, as we said. But if you will pick up the phone by the voice that you will hear and by the voice that the other side will hear, by your voice you can imagine that the people who's communicating with you really need your help, rather than on typing email, because email don't have the emotion. And even the punctuation mark that we are using in email, also in somehow they are misunderstood it. For example, that exclamation point and that at. In email communication, at and the name, it's not appropriate to be attentioning, but at is used for attentioning. But in the other side of communication, pinpointing a name at this type, at this name, through email is not a professional way. Why? What my understanding is, Abhines is telling us that we can relate personally. In that case, we can communicate truly and understand everything that we need.
Anyone else, team? Yeah, emotions. In your written communications, you can't communicate the emotion, but in verbal communication, you are able to communicate the emotion. But there's one important thing why physical communication is always appreciated and valued. So suppose if I was in Fiji and still doing the same thing over Google, would that be more appreciative than me being physically here with the team doing this session? What's more appreciative? My physical. Why? We are connected, but why? think through. We should be able to understand that because it does affect in person, but what? What I'm giving in person? What I'm giving in person? Time. That's the most precious gift any person can give to anyone, time. And that's why physical communication or over phone, taking that time out and speaking is always appreciated because you're gifting that person time. And time is invaluable. And time is invaluable because it doesn't wait. You lose it, it's gone. You know? So team, that's a critical factor to understand. Whenever you are deciding how to communicate, where possible you can directly talk to the person, where possible you can go and directly meet the person, that would be most appreciative and most effective because you are gifting time which is invaluable, and time is the best thing that you can take out for anyone. So, Dixon, so think through, every time you communicate, what you are communicating, hold your emotions, think through if you are communicating to the right person, use the right medium, right language, and when to communicate. Even at home, right? Sometimes you go home. Sometimes you are not in the right mood. Silence is the best thing at that point in time because if you're not controlling your emotion, you'll end up saying something, tomorrow you'll regret why you have said that. We all have done that and been into that situation. Some are doing that over and over again because they are not able to control their emotion. And communication requires controlling our negative emotion with overriding with positive and having a reasonable communication. Communication that would be appreciative. We are not here to make enemies. We are not here to create barriers and walls. We are here to work together as colleagues and achieve our common goal, whether it's internally or externally, whether it's with suppliers or with customers. We need each other. We'll face each other at one point in time. So why communicate? And when we face each other, you are going on other direction. I was in Stanley on Presidential Suite, and I met a guy, and he said that he would dodge level 19 I said, why are you dosing level 19? He said, no, I have a fight with one patient in level 19, so I'll dose level 19 and I'll go directly. Then I said, why you have those situations? Why you fight? What's there? Now you are running away and avoiding to face the patient. So team, that's communication. We'll go on to the next one. I'll give you 2 minutes to digest this before we take on our key takeaways. Phrase it out, always recall, go home. Last night, you know what I was doing in my dream? Whole night I was presenting. I went to sleep, I started to take this session, I wake up at 2:40, 2:58, and then I realized that my presentation initially was to start with group activity 1. But then when I reflected my dream, in my dream I had an individual activity. So that's when I pushed in the individual activity. I said, I'll follow my dream today. And then after that, when I went to sleep, I started to present in a hall with 1,000 people. And all of a sudden, all of them went out. So that's why I'm very cautious of how I'm running this presentation, because I don't want you people to go out. See, that's passion. If you are really passionate about something, you'll, in your subconscious state, you'll still be working onto it. And believe it or not, in subconscious state, you will find solutions to some of the most difficult problems. Okay, team. Now we are done. We have covered our policies, procedures, refreshed. We have today in the morning, we have been doing some demonstration, brainstorming of our key processes. We have talked about our greatest challenge, and we have talked about our greatest distractor. It does affect our relationships. Now, the key takeaways. Leading the store, driving the brand. Are we ready, team? Are we ready to lead the store and drive the brand? I still see confusion. Are we ready, team? Yes. That's it. So key takeaways, every store visit is a leadership moment. See, from customer perspective, every store visit that a customer does is a leadership moment. The experience that the customer gets in store is a reflection on the leader. And we in this room are the leaders who are creating that leadership moment that customers feel. Remember, if things don't go right, if they don't get the desired experience, if they are not satisfied, if they are not welcome, it's not a reflection on anyone else except for the leader. It applies in the family situation also. If a visitor comes home, the visitor don't get the welcoming treatment, the visitor goes from home unhappy, it's a reflection on the leader of the house. So it's always a leadership moment. I always remind myself, whatever Jack's brand is, whatever people think about Jack's brand, and whatever experience they go, it's a reflection on us. And if they are not happy, they are not satisfied, their queries are not being attended on time, it's a reflection on us. We are not being able to fulfill our responsibility. So always keep that in mind. The first thing, every store visit is a leadership moment from the customer perspective. And that would always enable you to be on top of your responsibilities. Standards drive performance. Consistency is non-negotiable. So standards drive performance is the standards, what we deliver. Why we fold items that way? Why as soon as the table is tidy, you want to tidy it, untidy, you want to tidy it up? Why you want to hang that item in a particular way? What is presented in visual merchandising? 20 pieces. Why we need 20 pieces? How it should be sorted? It's a standard. And that standard drives performance. You differentiate yourself through standard. Anyone can bring products and put it out for retailing, but not everyone can bring in the standard, which relates to performance. And then consistency is not negotiable. You can't bring to this standard today and tomorrow you are at this level. You have to be consistent. Again, linking up to leadership moment. What you create in front of your customers is consistency. And they love to come into your shop over and over again because they love consistency. So team, note those points. I'm summarizing the key takeaways. I'm not summarizing what we learned about recruitment. End of the day, this is where it is coming to. Every store visit is a leadership moment. Standard drives performance. Consistency is non-negotiable. I always tell myself, if you have come up to this far, now you have to work harder to sustain and go further up. Customer experience is built daily by every action, every team member. That's important to note, that customer experience is built daily, day in, day out, what we do. That is building customer experience. By everything we do, every action we take, and every team member is building that customer experience. Back-end discipline enables front-end excellence. That's what we talked about. Right? If our administration at the back-end, at a store level, is not to the level, we are not on top of it, it would affect our front-end excellence. Our front-end wouldn't be able to deliver the experience they want to do. If warehousing is not on top of their responsibilities, it affects the whole company's performance. If product is not on top of their responsibilities in back-end, it affects the shop in front-end. Everything comes into the front-end. So if any member is failing from the back-end perspective, whether it's a shop administration, whether it's administration at warehouse, whether it's finance administration, whether it's an administration at the product level, any back-end function would affect our front-end excellence. So when we know that the back-end discipline enables front-end excellence, then both things needs to happen hand in hand. It can't be a focus to front-end and compromise back-end. So team, again, key things, every store visit is a leadership moment, is a reflection on us. Every customer going into our shop today, when we are not there or when we're there, the experience they feel is a reflection on us. Standards drive performance. Consistency is not negotiable. You can't say I've achieved this and you are satisfied. You can't let it go down. You have to shift the goalpost and go to the next level. Customer experience is built daily by every action, every team member that we have. Back-end discipline enables front-end excellence. The back-end is equally as important as the front-end. Getting change in the cashiering, ensuring your admin has got sufficient backup change. If that is not done, it would affect your cashiering and it will affect your customer experience. If your bags has not been ordered, it is not in shop, it will affect your customer experience. And customers test it. I was sharing to Ashish and Zainal in VC while Saturday we were organizing a bag, and I was talking to Shamim and Indian customers, and I said to Shamim, we're running out of bags. And they came to cashier on the other side, and they were packing, they come to me, we want shopping bag. I went down and picked up the shopping bag, and I said, yeah, it's a shopping bag. Because they were thinking that the shopping bag is finished. And they would wanted to make us sort of say you are not on top of their responsibilities as brand. Some customers understand what Jack's brand is all about. But we were trying to create a just that we need bags because we are having a risk of running out of bags, and it was delivered on time. But if that agency was not there, we would have had a period where we would have to be out of bags. Everyone, as soon as it was picked up, everyone provided that agency to ensure we get it in on the right time. That's what it is critical. It was urgent and it was important. And it took away our 80% of the time. Okay, team, so that's there. I'll share this. There's a lot of depth once you start to think about these 4 points. Your call to action. Right, what are you going to do? Knowing that now, knowing the procedures refreshed, what is right, what we need to do, how to make things effective, knowing how leadership is reflecting on the customer journey. So walk your store daily, see what the customer sees. That's important. Every time I walk in the store, I see myself as a customer. I relate to things. When you talk about eye to detail, your eye to detail is from the customer perspective. If there is a paper lying around, if you say customers would see that, you'll pick it up. So see what a customer sees. Coach your team, don't just manage them. That's critical, team. Most of the time we end up managing. The important VIPs, where our 20% of the time is coaching, not managing. Managing is firefighting. Coaching is where the priority is. Own your KPIs. If it matters, you measure it. Own your KPIs, what you have talked about. What are your KPIs? Sales is the end result. Sales is the end result. But if you'll focus on the drivers your numbers would always be consistent. If you'll get your BAUs and monitor your BAUs as your KPIs and get that ticked off, your numbers will always stacked up. You know? On extreme and extreme situations, we have delivered the numbers because we have not compromised on our BAUs. You know? And it goes to everyone, even personally. If you'll not compromise your BAUs, you will have a very consistent life. You know? But if you compromise your BAUs, your personal growth would be fluctuating. You know? So what's your BAUs in your personal life? You know? Stay hungry for improvement. Small wins build big results. Then hunger for improvement. Management is that hunger for improvement. I want to find out that 1% thing I can improve tomorrow. Having that hunger, your mind is always searching around for that improvement. Anything that you look at, you will find that rooms for improvement. Leadership, our key leadership quality is stay hungry for improvement. You know, small wins build big results. That 1% improvement every day. In 100 days is 100% improvement. You know? So team, your call to action, walk your store daily, see what the customer sees. Because now you know that's a leadership moment. You know? Coach your team, don't just manage them. You know? Spend time with your team. Take them. If you don't need to pull them out in office, just on the side, standing with them, you can give them a 5 minutes lessons which can become their lifetime lessons. And believe it or not, some life can change. You know? That 5 minutes can change some life. You know? On your KPIs, if it matters, you measure it. And stay hungry for improvement. I always go for people who are hungry for improvement, who can come to my office 10 times and ask how things can be done better. You know? Because that's what's going to take us forward. Okay, team, getting through? Oh, I'm talking something where you feel like leaving the room, like my dream. And the last, retail is detail, leadership is action, success is consistency. It's a new beginning. So every day is a new day. The moment you walk out from here is a new beginning. Retail is detail. It's not easy, right? It's detail. And leadership is action. If you know it's detail and if you don't do about it, that means it's not leadership. So retail is detail and leadership is action. And success is consistency. That's success. Knowing it's detail, you don't do something, it's not leadership. You do something and you don't do it consistently, success. So success is when you know what needs to be done, you do it and you do it on a consistent basis. So important tagline that can keep us refreshed every day. Every day I start my work and every day I say it's a new day. I don't carry the backlogs of yesterday with me because it's only going to become a heavy burden and pull me down. We need to refresh ourselves. We need to leave things behind. It's past. We can't change it. You know, the only thing we can get lessons from the past and ensure it doesn't happen. Because if it happens again, it's a choice. It's not a mistake. That's what it's about. You know? It's a choice. If you do something again which is not right, or you know you have overlooked something and you have learned out of it, you do it again, it's not a mistake, it's a choice. You know? So team, ending with this new beginning for 2025, heading into PNG's 50th anniversary, completing 10th year objectives of PNG, 10 successful years. Retail is detail, leadership action, and success is consistency. Thank you, team. Thank you for time over the last 2 days. I'll not say much. I'll just end it here. You know? And I would like every one of us, including me, to reflect on the last 2 days of learning. I've taken some notes which we would need to work on to align things further and improve for the team. And I'm definitely sure that we are going to have another successful year with everyone's commitment to what we have been talking about and what we are strategizing. It's a team effort. It's never one-man show. It's everyone in the team matters. So thank you, team. and it was amazing 2 days of time together and some great learning and understanding each other from the personal perspectives and also sort of improving our bonding. So thank you once again. Finally, I'd like to thank Dixon. While we have been having these discussions, he has been on the back end facilitating things, connecting our outstation team. Thank you very much. I know it's not being easy connecting online with all the challenges you have with connectivity issues. We have not been able to have the interactions. I'm sure Dixon would align this next time and we would be able to have a better virtual interaction. So thank you for your time and for participating and for the learnings that has happened in the last 2 days. And Dixon, thank you very much. It's another sort of amazing execution from IT under your leadership. Thank you. And thank you for the team from Fiji traveling here. Vinit, it was a sudden sort of plan when we looked at the things. We said that we need to do some refreshers. So we talked to Vinit, can we sort of work on this presentation? He worked hard. He worked till 2 a.m. on Sunday night to get his presentation ready. I'm definitely sure in his dream he would have also been practicing. Thank you, Zanel, for your busy schedule, a lot of things happening from the procurement side and in TL and making your time available. And to everyone here for your 2 days of sacrifice that you have done, investing in your leadership and development. And I'm definitely sure this is going to help us go to the next level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So that concludes our 2 days training. See you on the next training. Give your hands one more time. A big clap to all of us. Thank you so much. Thing for group picture? All right. I guess. Come on, team.